Greetings and salutations, friends, and I apologize for the darkness. We had some technical issues uh, on the way to bringing you our broadcast this evening. And so we have resolved those technical issues, and we have our guest tonight standing by on the mystery phone. We haven't used that in quite some time. For those unaware, many people have been asking me to stop the constant exposés on all the fraud, fakery, and bull in the UFO community and try instead to bring you people that I believe are credible or good researchers, good investigators, people worthy of listening to. And to be very honest, we keep trying. And most of the stories that we investigate, we start investigating a certain conspiracy land or UFO land character, if you will, and the stories that they're telling, and just organically we find out that they're full of garbage, fake information. Often the people themselves are claiming education that can't be verified, or other factually inaccurate statements just pop out, and we report that, and people are getting understandably tired and annoyed of every story leading to this person's fake. And I get it. And I have mentioned there are some credible researchers and investigators that I do find credible, but we're looking for more. So tonight we have one of those people that I can tell you, having spoken to him and sampled some of his very, very thorough, clear, concise, and evidence-based work. Boots on the ground, by the way. This guy doesn't just right-click research. He goes to the locations of the stories. He interviews witnesses. He keeps digging to get to the truth behind the stories. His name is Jeremy Meador, and he has been investigating specifically UFO crashes for years now. So I'm happy to bring him to you, friends. As always, we want to remind everyone that different viewpoints are always welcome, but we always try to please be respectful to the guest. He'll be here sharing his work and research with us, but he will also be, perhaps if time allows, answering questions. So I ask everybody just be welcoming and respectful. This is his first time here. And because of our technical issues, we've got to go old school and do this as a phone interview. So on the phone, we have UFO crash researcher and investigator Jeremy Meador. Welcome, Jeremy.
Hey, Stephen. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, sorry for the tech issues, but I'm glad that we're still able to do this tonight. People have been asking me a lot of questions about you, and I'm sure we'll be getting into it. But I want to begin with just a little bit of background and ask you what I ask everybody is, what is it that started you down this rabbit hole? How did you get started in this?
Well, I started a group with my brother and our best friend in like the 2006, where we actually started looking for UFOs and things like that, looking for UFOs, ghosts, Bigfoot, kind of like a paranormal group like you see on TV. Mm-hmm. I'd say around 2008, I started kind of branching up and doing my own thing with UFOs, and specifically, I'm not really interested so much in like little lights in the sky. I'm more interested in like things on the ground I can touch, like a UFO crash, a landing, maybe like something that was left behind by a UFO, that kind of stuff. I used to have a podcast in the early 2000s I would do with my brother and our friend, and one day we were doing I think it was a Roswell UFO episode of all things, and during the episode, my brother found one of those generic UFO crash lists, and we were kind of going over this list, and I saw the Ely crash was on there, and that was the first time I had ever seen it. So then, fast forward about 6 months, I would say, my grandma actually moved to northern Nevada, to Eureka, Nevada, which is the next town over from Ely. And she became a school teacher up there. And I guess my grandma was explaining to her coworkers one day that her grandsons were into UFOs and things like that. And there's a guy named Wally Cochise. He was actually the guy who ran the library up there in Eureka. And one day he actually brought up that he knew some people that had seen alien bodies and worked over at a copper mine over in Ely, Nevada. and Ely from Eureka is roughly about, I'd say about an hour and a half drive. But anyway, so my grandma actually is the one that kind of started me on this, because she was the one that found the guy who worked at the library. Like I said, his name's Wally. And then it kind of became an obsession from there. I hate to say it, but that's the only word I could think of, is you kind of have to be obsessed with this kind of thing to stick with it for this long.
Yeah. So you started with the Ely crash, and how long did you investigate that? What did you find? Let's get into it.
Well, originally, so when you first search the Ely UFO crash, it gives a date. It gives a date of in August of 1952, and it says 16 alien bodies. Well, that date and of course the date and the details are pretty much all wrong. Close, but not correct, of course. So the first thing that comes up when you search the Ely crash is that date, and there's a video from KOLO News over in Reno, Nevada. Are you able to play that video, Stephen?
Let's table that for now. I mean, I'm sure many people have seen it, or I can include it in the video description.
Okay. All right. So there's a video where it's the only professional video I know of where a news station over in Reno, Nevada, which of course is on the other side of the state, they did, I think it's like a 4 or 5 minute long video when they talk to 2 quick witnesses, and they talk about this story about a UFO that crashed in a copper mine over in a town called Bruce, Nevada. Is there a way you could put up on my second UFO email, Stephen, it says Ely map?
Yeah, let me see if I can find those emails. Just bear with me.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can continue while I find that.
Yeah,
That's no problem.
So the story goes, I actually contacted George Knapp, of all people, George Knapp, when I first started, and I asked him if he knew anything about the case. And George Knapp told me that I would never, an exact quote from him, I would never find information on this. It's a myth, and I'm chasing a myth. And
this would be, wait, just so we're clear, this is George Knapp of Bob Lazar fame who's telling you you'll never find any evidence, it's a myth.
Yes, he told me that when I started doing this when I was about 18 or 19 years old. Now I'm in my 30s. But yeah, when I was just starting out, he told me you're chasing a myth, you're wasting your time chasing a myth, is literally what he said, word for word.
Right.
So I didn't really get discouraged, because at that point, George, I already talked to the librarian who said that he knew some guys that were there when this thing crashed in this copper mine. And I already knew I had kind of like a lead that he didn't have. He said that he had been trying to work this story for years and couldn't find anyone. So after George Knapp kind of wasn't willing to help me, I went and contacted Ed Pierce and the 2 witnesses that he had over in his video. And Ed Pierce actually said that those were the only witnesses that he had found. But he said I should try to contact the local radio station. So when I first started out, I went to the radio station over in Ely. There's only one, KDSS, over in Ely. And I met a guy named Steve Campbell. Steve Campbell, now he's a really good friend of mine. But back then, I didn't know him, and he put me on his radio show. And he did a radio show where we were looking for witnesses to this UFO crash. And we started getting witnesses, started emailing me and calling me, and even put me in the Ely Daily Times newspaper, which is the local newspaper in Ely. And that's kind of what jump-started me finding all these witnesses. So real quick.
Yeah, and which of the pictures? I'm able to find 3 of your emails here. I see Ely UFO crash number 3, train photos number 4, and then there was one that was, this is my email, I'm at work, I'm going to try and send you a few photos, interesting. And these, yeah, this is
the second one was sent on October 5th, it shows.
Okay, well, let me see if I can try to find that.
October 5th at 9:20 at night, it said.
I don't know. Okay, well, you can continue. I'm sorry. I'm going to keep trying to find it here. I'm having a little bit of trouble. Of course, I'm having trouble finding the one. Yeah, if you could forward that while you're talking, that would be great. And I do have that video, but I'm going to have trouble playing that while we're doing this on the phone like this. So I'll just put it in the video. I'll add it to the video description so anybody who's curious. And that video that Jeremy shared with me is the original news report from the Reno television station about a UFO crash. So that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, so there's a book that came out that's called Weird Nevada. And Weird Nevada, it's kind of, they have a TV show. They like, every state has their own book. It's called like, they have like Weird New Jersey, Weird California. They used to have a TV show. I think it was on A&E, which wasn't very successful. But they wrote all these books. They had a couple pages in there on this Ely UFO crash talking. They said it was in 1952, of course. They were sticking with that story. I contacted the authors of the book, and they actually told me that they found out that the original story came from the early 1970s from a UFO group called Marcen, M-A-R-C-E-N.
Okay.
And the leader of Marcen, I guess, or their spokesperson, you could say, his name was Willard McIntyre. Willard McIntyre, he's kind of a controversial figure with UFOs in like the 1980s and early 90s. I guess he did something, I'd hate to say it, but he tried to pass off, I guess it was a pilot that was burned in a plane crash. He tried to pass it off as an alien body at one point. And then I think it was, I'm trying to think of who it was that found him. There's someone in MUFON, I believe. This is kind of irrelevant to the thing I'm about to say, but that's, I guess, one thing when I looked him up, that's one thing I found. He was really old at the time. He wouldn't talk to me on the phone, and he didn't know how to use a computer, really. He would always write me handwritten letters, which is kind of weird. And he ended up doing email and talking on the phone later on, but early on, he was only doing letters, because I don't think he was really smart with computers.
So you got some old school snail mail letters from him. That's interesting.
Yeah. So real quick, before I get into the details about what happened with the crash, I'm going to explain a little bit about the history of Ely and so your audience could get a general idea of like where we're talking about.
Sure.
So Ely is in northeastern Nevada. The town's founded in the 1870s as a stagecoach stop, and it grew when mining picked up. They have the second biggest copper mine in the country down there. And as part of the mine picking up, they actually had a railroad that went through the area in 1906. So this railroad ended up coming in later on because the mine was doing well. And the railroad was owned by a company called Nevada Northern Railway. The railroad company was separate from the mine. In the 1950s, the specific time frame that we're talking about, there was a company named Kennecott that owned this mine over in Ruth, Nevada. Ruth, Nevada was a company town that was built in 1903, and Ruth, Nevada basically is literally built on top of this mine. You could basically walk to work if you lived in Ruth. So the Kennecott actually built a town called, I say it's a diagonal line. It's not really diagonal, similar to diagonal. But on the far left, there's a town called Ruth, which is where the mine was, where they, like I said, they mine copper and gold out of there. In the middle is Ely, Nevada. Ely, Nevada is where the railroad depot is, and that's, of course, where they keep all the trains. And then up about 10 or 12 miles going northeast from there, you get to a town called McGill. McGill is the town where the smelter was located. McGill was located where it is because that's the only place where the company could get water rights, and they brought in all these pipes to bring water to the smelters out there.
Mm-hmm.
So roughly what would happen would be they would mine the ore in the copper mine. They'd send a train from Ely to go get the ore and bring it up to McGill. Once they were done smelting it, they would bring it from McGill either to Chicago or to Seattle, depending on whoever the customer was or whoever was buying it at the time. And again, Ely is pretty mountainous.
I do have handy the train photos if you want me to share those.
Oh, that's later on.
Oh, okay. All right. No problem. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Right, so, it's okay. I forwarded you the message. I don't know if you saw it. I did it a minute ago.
No, not yet. I got the other three. Of course, I don't have the one that you're referencing though, or I can't find it. I don't know why. It's fine. We'll be fine. I can share those on my Twitter later for those interested. For right
Yeah.
now, this will have to do. So you start finding out about all of this, and it's really, and they used the trains. The trains were involved. You even investigated the trains, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. So what happened was, I talked to Willard McIntyre, and so we're going back a little bit. So I talked to the original investigator. He said that he had gone out there in the early 1970s, and I guess Marson was a group that competed with NICAP before they became MUFON. He was competing with NICAP. And he says that most of his stories came from an Indian reservation down the road from where this happened. So I'm going to start telling the story about the first actual crash. I know your audience is probably thinking of 2 UFO crashes in the area. That's not. It sounds
Yeah, that's
crazy,
what
but it'll make
interested
sense
me.
in a
Is
minute, I
this
promise.
this is crazy. There's two separate UFO crashes, all in this sleepy little town in the middle of nowhere in a what 20-year period?
Yep, roughly about 20 years. And then there's a third UFO landing that took place in the 1970s. But I don't want to give too much away about that, but I'll talk about that later. That it'll go full circle. Put it that way.
Okay.
So the story goes in 1953 in January 16th to be specific. The miners were working at this big copper mine at about 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, so they're on the night shift. They start seeing a glowing metallic object, glowing purple and blue, and it's going through the sky. It's not flying through the sky, it's kind of gliding silently, and it's losing altitude. So whatever it wasn't going very fast, is what the witnesses say. So this object's gliding through the sky, it's completely silent, it's glowing purple and blue, and they're saying that this thing is cylinder shaped. And so this thing's silently going through the mountains. I guess Ely's up in the mountains. I forgot to tell your audience. This is a very mountainous area. So this thing's flying through the sky, and the mine workers are kind of watching it. They stop working, and they're watching this thing coming through the sky. And it disappears over an area. Sorry about that. Yeah, it disappears over an area called the Keystone Belt.
Okay.
The Keystone Dump, it's basically an area where they dump mining wood. Like, if you're digging, like for instance, because this is a pit mine, so they basically blast a big hole in the ground, they dig all the material out. So everything that's not copper or not gold, they dump in this big dump pile, and they call it the Keystone Dump. So they're in this mine, this thing disappears over the Keystone Dump. There's a man named Pete Palos. He's a Greek immigrant, and he is a Kennecott security deputy, which is a fancy word for security guard. So he sees this object disappear over the Keystone Dump, and he gets in his F-100 truck that the company, of course, let him drive around, and he drove out to the Keystone Dump. I don't know about how long it took him to drive around to find this, but eventually, over somewhere near the Keystone Dump, he comes across this object. I talked to his daughters, and his daughters were saying that when he pulled up to the object, it didn't hit the ground and explode. There was no balls of fire. There was no alien body. This craft was just sitting there on the snowbank. And it was sitting there glowing silently, just like it was in the sky.
And intact as well, right? And just for the benefit, for the benefit of my audience, who I'm sure will want me to ask. So all of this information you're relaying is from firsthand witnesses that you interviewed, correct?
Yes, I talked to firsthand, secondhand, thirdhand, anyone that would talk to me. But I talked to a lot of firsthand witnesses. The first guy that arrived on the scene, he had died by the time I got involved with this. So I talked to his daughters who were living in Seattle at the time. But the next guy I'm about to say, I did talk to him though. So he pulls up onto the site. And when he gets to the site, this object's sitting there, and it's just kind of glowing. There's no alien bodies. There's nothing. Basically, you can barely even tell this thing hit the ground from what his daughter said. So Pete, he gets in his truck and drives back to dispatch I call it dispatch, but whatever the building was called, where like the security guards hang out and wait to get called. So he goes back to dispatch, and he picks up a guy named Vern Kessel. Vern was Pete's best friend outside of work, and also his coworker.
Okay.
So Pete picks up Vern, and they drive back to this site where this object's sitting on the ground. And then Vern basically looks around with Pete and says, why did you bring me up here? I don't know what this thing is. And I guess they sat there talking for a minute, and Vern was very scared. He said Pete was all excited, and so was he. And at this time, though, Vern started saying that this thing was smoking when they arrived on the scene. He said it was smoking. His exact words was, it looked like a hot frying pan that someone had sprayed with a garden hose.
Oh, that's interesting.
And yeah, so I don't know why it was smoking. He said there was no fire. There was smoking though at this point. So I guess they stood there and they started getting scared that a fire was going to break out, and they were wondering what this was. Vern had thought that it was some kind of Russian satellite or like a Russian airplane. Because at that point, of course, we hadn't gone to the moon yet. So he couldn't comprehend what it was. They didn't know if it was a plane or something from the space program. So Pete and Vern get back in this truck, and they drive back to dispatch once again. Well, when they get back to dispatch, one of the security guards, they end up calling the Ely Police Department over in Ely, Nevada, of course. Ely is roughly about 10 to 12 miles from this mine. Did you find that email yet, Stephen?
No, I still don't see it, and I checked my spam folder. So, I don't know if you just want to send a new email to the same email address. I don't know why we're having all these technical issues.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
I'll see what I can do. Yeah, so anyways, one of the security guards, the one that was in charge, he calls the Ely Police Department. And the Ely Police Department, of course, they're not equipped to handle airplane crashes or satellites, whatever it was. So what they do is they end up calling the armory over in Ely, the Ely National Guard. And these guard units, it's actually Battery A, 2nd Automatic Weapons Battalion. They're an anti-aircraft group. So, of course, they don't know nothing about cordoning off areas, and they weren't trained for this type of stuff. And these guys weren't 100% of the time on duty. These guys had normal jobs, and what they would do is they were kind of like reserves, I guess you could call them. So these guys, I was told there were 68 of them to be exact. And like I said, it's Battery A, 2nd Automatic Weapons Battalion, Ely National Guard. They're an anti-aircraft group. So they call Hill Air Force Base over in Ogden, Utah, and they say that there's been an airplane crash, or they did some kind of an aerial crash, I guess would be the way to word it. So they say, we're going to go to the area. You need to send someone down here, someone that's trained to do this, or someone that's I don't know what the term is, more professional, someone that's been trained to do this type of thing. So they're given orders to go to this copper mine and seal off the area and kick all the miners out. So they drive into the mine. They set up a blockade at the front entrance to the mine. At the front entrance of the mine, I guess a crowd started gathering because some of the locals they saw this thing fly overhead. And they kicked all the miners out, like I said. They formed this blockade, and people from Ruth, I guess there was a big dinner party going on. It's a famous story. There was a dinner party going on, and the family, I'll get their name in just a minute, so I'm flipping through my notes.
Well, it's good that you even have notes. Imagine that, I
got like 5 spiral notebooks full of handwritten notes that I'm going to flip through. Yeah, so this family, I believe they're called the Rosenberg. They're having this dinner party, and they saw this object go up. They're some of the first ones on the scene, and some of the houses. The family's last name is House. They show up to the blockade, and they're told a small plane had just crashed into the mine, and that they needed to go home. But of course, they don't go home. So this crowd's building up at the mine. Meanwhile, I guess I should take a step back real quick. While the National Guard units were on their way to the mine, that I told you Pete and Vern drove back to dispatch. They picked up between 6 or 8 guys, I was told, and they drove on another trip. This is Pete's third trip, Vern's second trip, and they had all these other guys that they picked up. Like I said, 6 or 8 guys. They go to this site where this object is, and again, there's no alien bodies. This object's sitting on this snowbank glowing. But this time, they said the object was dripping some kind of a molten ooze, is what the word that they used. I don't know what exactly the ooze was. I don't know if it was some kind of metal that was melting off the craft. I don't know if it's some kind of reaction to the snow.
That's bizarre.
I'm not 100% sure. But anyways, yeah. So this object's, it's smoking, and this time I guess it's melting, they were saying. And some of the miners, apparently, when the stuff was hitting the ground, it was kind of hardening into rocks. And some of these miners were picking up these rocks, I was told. And in the middle of them doing all this, the military ended up arriving, and they kicked them out, of course. The miners don't actually get interrogated that night. They got interrogated a few weeks later, not days later, weeks later, and I'll get into that in just a moment. So, about 2 or 3 in the morning, this convoy arrives from Hill Air Force Base in Ogden, Utah. And when this convoy arrives, I guess it's made up of about 6 or 8 trucks, followed by about 3 or 4 armored vehicles. I don't know, they didn't specify what kind of vehicles. They said they were armored vehicles of some kind, is what the witnesses were saying. And I'll get into that in just a moment, too. And then followed by 3 more trucks.
Did anybody realize what kind of uniforms they were, or what branch of the service, or did they talk about that?
Hill Air Force Base. This is what I don't quite understand. Hill Air Force Base, they didn't even have fighter squadrons at that base at that point in time. They were like a depot that would send out supplies to other Air Force bases. So I don't exactly know. The 2701st Ammunition Group is the one that I know that was there during that time. And that's the one that I talked to a historian, and that's what he told me, that they were an ammunition group that was there. So I don't know if they had come from another base, if they landed there and then they drove there. But Ely, Nevada didn't have an airport at that point in time. Not one that could suit like gigantic military bombers landing in it. So this convoy arrives, the crowd's gathering at the front entrance to the mine. Meanwhile, the convoy arrives, they enter through the back side of the mine. And they take Route 44A, and like I said, it's about 2 or 3 in the morning. They take these National Guard units, they eventually relieve them and make them go home. Again, like I said, they weren't permanently on duty. These guys, they lived in Ely. They were just kind of normal people that when they needed them, they would kind of like reserves now. They would kind of just show up when they needed them.
Okay.
But one thing I'd like to tell the audience, though, is these guys had a good 4 hours or so with the craft, with no one around, while this convoy was driving from Hill Air Force Base. So I got a lot of good stories about them. So like I said, the convoy arrives from Hill Air Force Base. They pick up this object using some of the cranes that are in the mine. They put it on the back of some flatbed trucks, and they drive out through the back side of the mine.
Yeah, and I thought that detail was interesting because in the case of the Pennsylvania Kecksburg crash, hundreds of people apparently saw them come in and put a UFO that had crashed on a flatbed and drive off. And in this case, we have something similar happening, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah. So they put the object on the back of a flatbed truck. And this convoy, they just start, they drive really fast. Sorry, I was almost past it. So they start driving really fast out of the backside of the mine. And the more direct route to go to Hill Air Force Base or to any military base would be this drive straight north or south. They decided to go west past the Duckwater Indian Reservation, and then they kind of went down and did like a horseshoe shape. Before I say where they brought it and all that, I'll talk a little bit about what the witnesses in Duckwater saw. the witnesses in Duckwater, it's a farming community, and like I said, by the time the convoy started moving, you figure it's about 4 or 5 in the morning. By the time they got to the mine, set up all their equipment, picked this object up, and started leaving, it was about 4 or 5 in the morning. And Duckwater is a farming community. So the farmers, of course, they wake up early. So you got all these people waking up early. Some of them are driving into Ely to go to work. Some of them are just, like I said, working on their farm. And all of a sudden they see a military convoy, which is unusual for this part of the state at that point, especially at that point in time. They're tearing down this road. And this woman said specifically her kids were playing close to the road, and that she said that you could see the guy that was, I guess they had some kind of guns on top of this armored vehicle, she was saying. And you could see that the guy was waving at him to get out of the road from a distance. And she says they were driving, they were hitting people's mailboxes and things that were close to the road because the vehicles, I guess, were oversized and they weren't fitting in the lanes properly. And she says that if the kids wouldn't have gotten out of the road, that she thinks they would have gotten ran over.
Yeah, so they were like hauling ass and smashing people's.
Yeah, they were hauling ass,
smashing people's mailboxes because the vehicles were oversized for the little road, right? Big military
vehicles.
Oversized
for the road, and she says that they were hitting stuff like if there's like cars that are parked close to the road or mailboxes and things, whatever was there. She said they were either running into it or coming really close to running into it. And so she says that this object passes by. Her words were, I guess there were some trucks. And towards the end of these first 5 or 6 trucks, I guess the object, she didn't know what it was. She didn't even tell me it was a UFO. But she said there was an object under a tarp. And she said then there was some vehicles with guns on them, like machine guns is her words, some kind of armored vehicles of some kind were driving in the middle. And then in the back, there was 3 more trucks. But she said that you could only tell that the trucks in the very middle were the ones that had stuff on. And she said you could see soldiers were sitting in some of the other trucks that they were driving by.
We did have an excellent question, and I'm sure many people are wondering, Jeremy, and
yes.
that is, did any of the witnesses have a photo of the cigar-shaped craft or a drawing?
I don't have any drawings of the craft. I have lots of eyewitness descriptions. Let me see. I know I sent you on that email that we're having issues with. I have a picture of of an artist's rendition of what they said looked like a digital one someone made.
Yeah, I don't know if you can't just send me whatever pictures were in that first email again. And again, it's Truthseeker, like a single Truthseeker show @gmail.com. A lot of people screw up and put a second S in there, and that might cause. I'll send. You know what I'll do? Here's what I'll do. I have your email address right here. And so what I'm going to do is the yahoo.com email address. I'm going to send you that. Yeah. I'm going to send you a message right now and just say, send those here. And if you can, great. Hopefully.
That should be. I'm downloading
and the subject,
right now.
Yeah, and the subject line is UFO pics, because I'm sure people are going to want to see these. And I'm going to say, send them here. Then you can just reply, put the pictures in, and send it, and I should get it. Yeah. So we've got a military convoy that put this thing on a flatbed truck, covered it in a tarp. This, again, sounds very similar to the Kecksburg case, which I thoroughly investigated and even went to that place and tried to visit the crash site, did visit the crash site. Pretty, honestly, I was disappointed, though. There wasn't much there. They have a big replica in the middle of of the UFO, and you can talk to some people in the town. It's just a sleepy small town, and that's like what they're famous for. But in this case, you went there, right? And you talked to all these witnesses, many of which provided you with all these details of the story of what you believe happened.
Oh, yeah.
So where did the UFO, or excuse me, where did the UFO that they put on the flatbed end up? Did you get any information about where that convoy might have went? And did you contact the military and ask for some kind of comment about this event and where whatever crashed, they took it, or did they deny it, or how did that work?
So the object supposedly, from what I was told, they drove the object past Duckwater, then they kind of went down and looped around, and they said they brought the object to a dirt runway that had a couple of hangars and a dirt runway. Doing my own research, I found out that Area 51, I personally think they brought it to Area 51 because Area 51 at that point did have dirt runways. It wasn't all built up like it is nowadays.
Yeah, it was just the salt flat. It was the Salt Lake bed flat.
Yeah.
You know, yeah.
Yeah, so they brought it to this dirt runway, and apparently when they got to the dirt runway, there was a single military bomber that put the whole object in. So it must not have been very big. The object I was told was about the size of like an SUV, like a modern SUV. Yeah, so they got the object in these planes. They drove the planes to Hill Air Force Base, and from Hill Air Force Base, they brought it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base.
But what are you basing that on? Is this your assessment, having interviewed people, or this is just like your gut tells you, or because other stories similarly say that Wright-Patterson is the end of the line for all UFO crash retrieval technology or craft?
Well, I called Hill Air Force Base and I put in a request. I thought it was kind of one of the craziest things I've ever done at that point. I called Hill Air Force Base and I put in a request to speak to a historian about this specific incident. And they actually called me back. I didn't think they would, but they actually called me back. I was talked to a historian. His name was Robertson, was the last name that he gave. I don't even know if that was his real name or not, but I'm pretty sure it was. So he told me that, of course, if a UFO did crash or an airplane, he said what would have happened was, if it was in that general part of the state, they would have brought it to Hill Air Force Base. And from Hill Air Force Base, he said they would have shipped it out to somewhere else.
Well, that makes sense, because that person was aware of the military procedures and normal operating, what would happen if, like, let's say a satellite crash, where would they have taken it to? And he clearly knew what the procedure would be, right?
Yeah, because he of course didn't talk about UFOs. He was basing it off of if an airplane were to crash or if something of value to the military would have crashed. He said that's how they would have handled it. He said that there is an official history report called the History of Hill Air Force Base. And he was telling me like what the procedures and things would have been out of that report, I guess, from that point in time.
Okay.
So I talked to him. He said that if there was some kind of technology or if there was some kind of top secret anything, he said they probably would have sent it to Wright-Patterson for people. But I don't think he took me serious at all, of course, because we're talking about UFOs. And once again, so I'm getting tongue-tied here. I just sent you the email, by the way.
Okay, we'll see if I don't get it this time. Maybe the Men in Black, right? Trying to stop you from telling us the truth about those aliens, Jeremy.
Yeah, so if you get it, let me know.
Not so far. I've refreshed a couple of times here. I'll check my spam folder. It's so weird.
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah.
So the 27, I don't know how you say it, it's 2701, the 2701 Ammunition Battalion. Like I said, they were the ones that were stationed there. I talked to two ladies. They said that their dad drove two of those trucks, the ones I mentioned that were driving down the road. They said they were the ones that told me that their dad said that they brought the UFO to dirt run. So I'm almost certain that they were brought to Area 51, because if you look at I sent you a map. We'll see it like when the email goes through. But the trucks, there is no other reason. There's nothing out there I could think of why you would leave Ely, the northeastern part of the state. You would go to the center of the state. If you're heading that way, the only thing that's over that way is if you go down south, if you drive a couple more hours, like 4 more hours, you get to Nellis Air Force Base. If you stop halfway, again, you're at Area 51. But it wasn't top secret, everything like it is nowadays.
Okay, now I got, for some reason, your messages are going straight into my trash, and I don't know why that is, but I will. It must be the Men in Black. 1 second. We are going to I will get them up and share them while you're talking.
Yeah, so if you want to take a second, we can go back and I can explain a little bit if you
no,
want.
this is fine. I'm showing it looks like a big rod or cylinder. That's the first attachment of this email.
Yes, that's the shape that the witnesses say the UFO was, that general shape. There was a cylinder. It wasn't disc shaped. It was just a cylinder. And like I said, this
and did it land?
Did
it land this way, or like the typical cigar-shaped UFO on its side on that snowbank?
Supposedly, it was almost laying flat, almost exactly flat, is what I was told.
Okay, but not like this image that you sent me, like laying flat.
No, it wasn't laying like that.
Okay,
I
yeah,
just couldn't find an image where it was like flat.
Okay, and we have the Ely map, which shows where the UFO crash allegedly took place, and McGill, Nevada is 27 minutes away from Ruth, Nevada, or Ely, Nevada. Yeah.
I didn't do like a satellite picture because there's mountains all over the place and different landmarks.
No, I understand, but it gives us some, and we have a plant deputy here, a photo of him.
Yeah, that's Pete. The plant deputy, that's Pete. That's the actual guy, the first one that showed up on the scene. That's Pete.
And you interviewed him and got these stories directly from him?
I talked to his daughter because Pete had passed away by the time I talked to him.
Okay.
I did talk to Vern. I didn't talk to Pete though.
And then we see Robinson District, courtesy of the White Pine Public Museum.
Click on the Robinson Mine mid-1950s. I sent you one from the 50s and one from the 60s.
Okay. Yeah.
If you look, you found it?
Yeah, I'm looking through the pictures that are in this email, and there's a red circle.
Is there a way you could zoom into that a little bit so they could read the captions?
Yeah, I don't think so. Not right at the moment. Hold on.
I'll just tell you so that I just kind of see it. Go back one.
No,
that's the one with the arrows.
That's as far as I can zoom in. Okay, we'll go back one. Sure. There we go. Still back another?
Yep, just where there's no arrow on it.
Okay, that's it. That's what you've got on the screen right now.
Yeah, so the one without the arrow, you'll see it says the Keystone Dump is on there. It should be off on your left side of the screen, and it's in the future site of New Ruth. Okay. So Pete, he would have been patrolling. I don't know if you see the one with, it shows like a purple line on it, like a purple and a red.
Okay.
Okay, click that one. It's kind of my...
All right, hold on one second. No. I have the one with the red. Now you want one with a purple line on it.
Yeah, like, the purple.
I don't understand. There we go.
I'll explain in just a minute.
Okay, you got the one with the purple.
Okay, so the purple, that's the route that Pete would have been driving, somewhere in that area when that UFO came down. Pete, of course, said that it was eventually somewhere over by the Keystone Dump. So he must have been somewhere off to the right side of the screen of that purple when it came down. There's a tall mountain called Rib Hill. I circled it on there in red. Okay. Rib Hill.
Yeah, I see it here on the right. Yeah.
Yeah, so Rib Hill would have blocked anyone on that side from seeing that UFO crash. The original stories say that it crashed near an old ghost town called Wrighttown. And I have the arrow pointing towards Wrighttown. So the original stories that the original investigator found, he says that he thinks it came down near Wrighttown. If you go to, I have one that says Ward Mountain. Ward Mountain Campground. There's like one with red and there's one without the red. Okay. Yeah, here's one with red. Here's click the one with the red. Okay. So I have witnesses that were in Boy Scouts at the time, and they were camping out on Ward Mountain. And the boys that were camping out on Ward Mountain said that they saw this object fly overhead, and they saw it go into the mine. So I haven't found the crash site from this yet. I have a general hunch where it's at, but I haven't found this crash site yet. So I know it's not in Wrighttown because Rib Hill would have been blocking it, and that's why it was circled and had the red arrow in the other picture. So I seem to think if you look at the picture and Rib Hill's in the way, and you see like I have like a red line pointing to a circle. That circle is roughly where Wrighttown used to be. I think it went off to the right closer to the Keystone dump.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the point of that. That is very important, explaining where the crash site is. Because the Keystone dump, they couldn't have crashed near Wright Town, like I said, because that rid hills in the way. I'm trying to find the name of the witness for you real quick.
Yeah, and it's just so people are aware, the area that this is in, there's mines, there's a reservation, there's campgrounds. It's a very remote sort of wilderness area, right? Out in the middle of the desert.
Oh, yeah, it's very. No one hardly lives up there. Ely's the biggest town in the area, and it only has 3,500 people. McGill, Nevada has about 1,000, and Ruth is in the hundreds, about 500 people. So this object comes down, like I said. I seem to think if you click on
I click on what?
you click on where it says Robinson Mine early 1960s. It's the other one with the mine in black and white.
Okay, we'll try to find that one. No, now I'm looking at a wrecking crane. It must be further back. This is the Ruth Duckwater. This is the black and white with the purple and red. I'm not sure what it is that you're looking for me to show.
Oh, it's like it shows like an aerial view of the mine from the 1960s. It looks just like the other one, with the one that had like the red and the purple and stuff on it.
All right,
but it doesn't have the lines on it from the 60s.
Yeah, I've gotten. Here's the Ruth mine aerial view. Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we should have did this in a slideshow, because I'm no expert. You're sending me a lot of random images, and it's tough to figure out which one you want me to share when.
Oh, it's okay. Well, we don't need to find it.
I have a black and white version of this says Robinson District, courtesy of the White Pine Public Museum. This other one is another overhead view.
You can go back to the other black and white one that shows the aerial view.
Okay. Is that this
it's
one?
Like in your top right area on your screen. Yeah, that one will do.
This one will do.
That one. Yeah, that's the one. So on that one, you could see how the mine developed over like the next few years. You can see where it says Old Ruth and where the Keystone dump is. I believe that the crash site's over where New Ruth is. It's got to be right there or on those hills right behind New Ruth. Is what I think. They put the processing plant for the mine ended up being put where Wright Town used to be. And that's why I put that picture of the processing plant on there.
Okay.
Since Kimberly and Wright Town were ghost towns, and they ended up getting demolished. I'm looking through my pictures real quick. Do you have the article I sent you? It says Lightning in Ely, 1953.
Yes. And I'm sharing it now.
Yes. If you share that, that is the only article I found that actually talks about this object coming down. It doesn't describe the exact object, but this is the date, January 16th. It would have been the night before this. It describes a snowstorm, or rainstorm. It says all the power went out in the city temporarily. They don't know why. It's towards the bottom of the article. I don't know if you could zoom in. And if you can't zoom in, it's just do the best you can.
Yeah, I can't zoom on this. You sent me this in Gmail. I'd have to put it somewhere else, and yeah, I could try. I mean, I can put all these together in a package for the listeners after the show.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, if someone wants to read the article, it'll be in a Google Drive link. All these images that we're sharing tonight, I'll put them in a Google Drive link, and everybody can read the original article here.
Yeah, so the original article, it talks about there's a snowstorm. It talks about there's a rainstorm and a snowstorm. It says the power is temporarily knocked out, and they said that they saw lightning supposedly strike the area, and that's what caused the power outage. And of course, the power outage, it says, is right around 10 o'clock, which is the same time that the miners were saying that this thing came overhead. I do have another stories about UFOs flying over cities and the streetlights go out. Kevin Randall, actually, of all people, did a UFO crash, the Las Vegas UFO crash in the 1960s. and he actually said that an object flew over a city in Utah. I forget which one exactly. Like I said, I've read it before. I have the article saved on my computer. But the UFO flies over and all the streetlights go out in the city. I'm pretty sure that's what happened in this case, I believe. Because I don't have 100%.
Oh, that's bizarre. And there
might be what the case is.
Yeah, that's bizarre. And there's often, for some reason, there's often reports of like people's cars stopping running, all electric in a house going off when a UFO is over it. So I've often wondered if there's some kind of distortion field, time, space, energy, magnetic, electrical, who knows, that causes these weird electrical effects in the area that the UFOs are spotted in or are flying in, right? That's weird. That's a weird part of this whole phenomenon, and it happens a lot.
People ask me, how do I know for a fact that it's that date, or how do I know that it wasn't the original date? I think that it's this January date only because the original date was in August of 1952. Of course, this took place in a snowstorm, or a snowstorm had just gone through, and there's not going to be no snowstorm in August. So first thing, it's not in August. The miners were saying that it was after Christmas. And of course, January's after Christmas. They described a snowstorm had blown through, and they were describing this in the newspaper article. And of course, they said that there was some strange lightning that had struck the ground. I think that specifically, that's the only article, like I said, that actually talks about anything even related to this. And the date's pretty close to what all of the miners are saying.
Well, that is pretty interesting. So you sort of correctly identified the date that this event occurred,
yes,
and the location that the event likely occurred, and spoken to all these witnesses. I'm still interested in where did it go and what happened. So it just sort of disappeared into the black vault. Pardon the pun, John Greenwald. It disappeared into the black vault of government secrecy after this, you think?
For the most part, I don't really know where it went I seem to think it went to Wright-Patterson because that's what the Hill Air Force guy told me, but I don't have 100% proof that it did that.
Well, all foreign technology, like for example, if a Russian satellite crashes or airplane is recovered somewhere in the world, or Chinese or any foreign adversary technology, all of that would certainly go to Wright-Patterson Air Force, who studies foreign technology. That's clearly established. And, you know, it's interesting that skeptics will use that to say it must have been just Chinese satellite or Russian satellite or some Russian some adversary's technology that crashed, and that's why they took it to Wright-Patterson, not because it was alien in origin, right? But
exactly.
I can't think of anything more foreign than from another
technology. They would take it apart and figure out how it worked, is what they would do.
Yeah.
So this next story is kind of controversial, but again, because I guess I don't know if I call it I'm a stand-up guy or just because I'm a normal human being, I'll tell the story, but I gotta admit, I'll get to the part that's kind of shaky here in a moment. I was on a radio show called the Talk with Vince Show in 2013, and on the show, he had a co-host. Her last name was Branwyn. I think it was Lynn Branwyn was her name. I have to look through my notes. I can find it. So she actually called us after the show was over, and she wanted me and my friend to go meet up with her at a local restaurant to go discuss what we had just talked about with this Ely case. Because the stories changed a little bit over time, because you talk to more witnesses, you sort through the ones that are no good, or the ones that you think are lying. So we ended up meeting up with this lady at a restaurant, and she tells us that in the 1990s, supposedly, her dad handled pieces. She didn't say the whole craft. She said pieces of this specific UFO at Area 51. She didn't give me any proof that he worked there, and because, of course, like I said, I was young and dumb, I just started doing it. I didn't ask for any kind of proof, but she was saying that supposedly her dad handled pieces of this back in the 1990s.
Okay.
So, of course, they said the UFO was picked up and one gigantic piece. They didn't say it blew up or anything. So if they had pieces of it, I don't know if they would have taken it apart, or maybe there was pieces of it, but they just didn't see them. The miners didn't see it. I'm not 100% sure. But she was telling me that she believed that her dad touched it, and she said that her dad used to talk about it all the time. But her dad was deceased, she was telling me, so of course I couldn't talk to him, so I can't really elaborate on it very much because there's not really any proof to show that she's telling the truth or not. But the story I thought was interesting and worth mentioning.
Okay. So, was she able to produce some of those pieces, or any evidence or proof that, or anything, or is...
She didn't have any. She had pictures of her dad's military paperwork, I guess. Well, not military. He was some kind of a contractor, she was saying. She had his contractor information, like his old paperwork and stuff, but like I said, I was only like 18 or 19 years old, whatever, so I didn't think about taking pictures of it or whatever, me being young and dumb.
Yeah, that's one of those, Jeremy, that's one of those tantalizing maybe proof, you know?
Yeah.
Because like, how did this random woman know about this crash? And then I guess she heard you on a podcast and then called you to tell you this.
Hosting the show,
okay. Well, that she's a UFO person, then maybe that explains it. But it's still an interesting story. I would want to verify her father's military credentials and try to find proof that he was at Area 51 when she claims that he handled pieces of the wreckage. Did she give you any indication of what they were doing with it, or what her father...
She said something about electricity. He was some kind of like an electric engineer of some kind. I think she was saying that there was some kind of wires going through the device, and they were trying to figure out how the wires work. But she kept talking about the wires.
Well, that's interesting.
Couple quick notes. I started telling you that the military ended up interrogating the miners and the witnesses weeks after the crash.
Mm-hmm.
I was told by Willard McIntyre, he was the very first one, like I said, that investigated this. He says that there's a lady named Tara Sotu, S-O-T-U. She grew up on the Duckwater Indian Reservation, and she had told him back in the 70s that this thing had happened, I guess. And that's how he originally found out about it. Supposedly, the MPs were going door to door in Ruth, Nevada, and they were going door to door in Duckwater. And there's a specific guy that she said that she remembers who had a pearl-handled sidearm. And this man was really interested in finding out what they saw when her kids were out on the road. And she said this man came back to her house about 3 different times, and she said that he wasn't holding his gun in his hand, but I guess his pistol was like in his holster in his pocket or something, and he had his hand on it. She said this man really was there.
Pardon me.
Well, it was okay. I had talked to other individuals that were over in Ruth, and they mentioned seeing the man with the pearl-handled sidearm too. So there must have been, I don't know how many guys, but it must have been a very big group, because multiple people reported seeing this man with a pearl-handled sidearm.
Wouldn't that be a little odd for the time that somebody has a pearl-handled sidearm? I don't know. I thought it was kind of strange. I talked to Mark Bassett. He's a historian in Nevada, and he was saying that if a pearl-handled sidearm did exist in the military back then, that it would have had to have been privately owned. Like, it wasn't something that the military would have given them, is what he was saying. Okay. And this person, this mysterious individual, was with what government agency? Do we know?
He was an MP, supposedly.
For the Air
Willard
Force.
McIntyre is the one who told me this story.
Okay.
And I also talked to Tara. And I did that. I talked to Willard, I would say from about 2008 to about 2016, I was corresponding with him about this.
Well, that's pretty interesting. And what was, you talked to multiple people that were sort of interrogated about this event? And what were those conversations like?
Actually interrogated. 2 of them were in Ruth, and 2 of them were over on Duckwater on the Indian Reservation.
Well, that's pretty good. If 3 or 4 people are saying that this interrogation sort of happened,
the thing that's disappointing,
pretty convincing.
By the time I got from, you figure it happened in the 50s. If I'm talking to them about 60 years later. If they were 20 years old when this happened, they would have been almost 80 when I originally talked to them. So a lot of them couldn't tell me like details about. Some of them were pretty good at new names and stuff, but not all of them knew. Some of them could tell me like the general story, but they would be old and kind of forget things.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And then you're sort of, I've heard that described from Roswell researchers. You're sort of chasing the undertaker, trying to get to these witnesses before they pass away.
Oh yeah.
But did you found that all of them were willing to tell you that they saw this thing? The government came in and interrogated them about it in the form of a mysterious Air Force MP with a pearl-handled sidearm. That's like from a movie. This is weird.
A very interesting story. I have two really interesting stories. I don't know if you call these men in black or if you call them military. There's an individual named Claude House. He was on that story with Ed Pierce, and he talked about when he was a kid, he remembers his parents talking about the events, and I guess he could describe the events, but he wasn't there. His parents were there. I had called him, and I was going to set up an interview with him on like a Saturday or a Sunday. Because I live in Vegas right now, so it's like a weekend ordeal to go up there and stay the weekend to talk to a lot of these people. Yeah. But a lot of them are still there because their families lived there for like generations.
And just so everybody's clear, you've made like many trips to this area trying to get to the truth of this thing, right?
I mean, even exaggerating, at least 50, I would say.
Yeah, I gotta respect the fact that you were willing to do that to try to get to the truth of this story. And obviously you have more information about this specific crash than anybody else I've ever heard of. That's why I was anxious to talk to you.
That's why when I found this, George Knapp, I'll say my bird nap. I'll save it for later. That's a good one. I'll save it for later what he said. So,
just to remind the audience, first he told the audience that you would find no evidence of this and it was a myth. And here you find George Knapp was completely and totally wrong then, because you found original witnesses, you found children of original witnesses, interviewed them all, you found people that were interrogated by the members of the United States government investigating this event. You found people who saw the UFO being loaded onto a flatbed and taken somewhere. You found people that saw the military convoy taking this UFO on a flatbed somewhere. I'd call that a lot of evidence. So it's obvious that George Knapp was totally wrong.
It's all because of I have to thank my friend Steve with the radio show, and I have to thank my grandma of all people, because they're the ones that, and the Ely Times newspaper, that's what got all these people coming around for the most part. I think because the people up there don't really like Vegas in general, because Vegas runs the state. And of course, Vegas is a big city, and they're like rural people. There's like a lot of cowboys and miners all around the whole northern part of the state. So I think the fact that George Knapp comes out there wanting to go guns blazing with cameras, and he wants to take this story and leave town and never talk to him again, I think that's part of the big reason why these people don't never talk to George, I think.
Yeah, interesting. And didn't he try to poach the story from you, I heard, or something like that?
So
George, wait, I just want to be very clear on this point. George Knapp is kind of slimy, in my opinion, because first he told you it's all a myth, you won't find any evidence. But then once you did all the work for him and found all this evidence, then he wanted to take the story from you.
Yeah.
Right? Great.
So I'll tell the two stories about the military MPs, Men in Black thing in just a minute. But yeah, the George Knapp thing. So at one point, I was on the Art Bell show in 2013, and me and Art Bell got into it. It was actually really not a very good interview. It's probably one of the worst interviews I ever did. But I was just starting out doing interviews, so again, I was still learning, and I was still trying to figure out how this thing worked. But I did this interview with Art, and Art, to make a long story short, hung up on me in the middle of the interview, but it didn't go very well. I would say about a week or two later, I started getting emails from fans saying that Art Bell was giving the case to a real researcher, and they gave the case, giving all the details I had told him to Linda Moulton Howe. Not making this up.
So wait, first these UFO celebrities told you there's no evidence of this. Then you go on Art Bell and start giving him details of all the evidence you found. And then
Yeah.
he says he's giving the case to a real researcher. And that real researcher, friends, was Linda Moulton Howe, who tried to poach the
So
story. So you got two big UFO celebrities trying to poach the story off of the guy who did all the work on the story. Great.
yeah, and it gets better.
Great.
Yeah. So
Oh,
Linda
one
Moulton
moment too,
Howe.
Jeremy. One moment. We just want to thank. We have channel memberships here that everybody can support the show and become a member of our channel, and we like to shout them out and thank them when they do that. And tonight, Cynical Observer became a new channel member and YouTube member, so we just want to shout him out and thank him for his support. And I'm sorry. On with this. Now it's getting good. We're getting to the good stuff. You know. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah. So Linda Moulton Howe. She actually wouldn't write me back. I was told that she was actually researching this case. So I end up emailing some of the people. I write some of the people, but even though it's kind of, I guess I call it hate mail, or they're like bashing on me because I pissed off Hartville, whatever. So I'm trying not to fight with them. And they start telling me, oh, well, she says that this UFO was buried out in the desert. And they just start describing something that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about, or like what I was just saying. And I was thinking, what are you talking about, lady? And then they start saying, oh, well, she's using the witnesses, like where I said that it happened in a copper mine and that there was a convoy. But she starts saying that it was some kind of a convoy out in Baker, Nevada, which is 100 miles away almost, like nowhere near Ely. And she starts posting this story saying a giant UFO crashed. It was 160 feet long, and they had a massive amount of soldiers with shovels, not power, not like a tractors or anything, like shovels, hand shovels, dug this big hole around this object, buried it underground, and she puts an X. She literally told everyone, it's in this spot right here. I know it's in this spot, and it's about 100 miles away from the thing I just described.
Yeah, so Linda Moulton Howe, just to be clear, she takes the idea of the story or the genesis of the story and the details of the witnesses from you, and then she invents a whole new story. I remember this. She told this incredible story of all these military men with shovels that basically dug a huge hole and buried this crashed UFO out in the desert.
160-foot craft. Can you imagine how many men have to take with shovels to do all this before people find out about it?
Yeah, that's crazy. It's crazy how she changed it all around.
Yeah, so I started getting emails from people, and the George Knapp one's my favorite one because his is just downright pathetic. I have no other words for it. This is just pathetic.
Oh no, you got to dish on that then. What happened with George Knapp with the story after you got all the evidence that he said didn't exist? What happened next?
Well, first he just flat out asked me for the story and said he wanted to do a news story on it. And I told him no. I said, why should I investigate that? At that point in time, with the 2013, yeah, at that point, I was like, I'm doing this for 5 years, spending thousands of dollars, going back and forth from Ely, talking to all these people just to give you the story. I was like, no. So then I didn't really hear from him for about 6 months to a year. And at this point, my grandma was still living over in Eureka, Nevada. I guess Ely Tourism, according to my grandma, had contacted her and said George Knapp was saying if George could do the Ely story and put it on his put it on his news story in Las Vegas, that the Ely Tourism was guaranteed some kind of a shout out, or they would do a news story about some kind of event they had coming on for, I think it was Veterans Day.
Wow.
I was like,
so just to be clear, so George Knapp tried to lean on your grandmother to get you to give him the story.
Yeah, he contacted my grandmother to try and get her to convince me to film this story.
Wow.
And the Ely Tourism, I guess because it's a small town, the people from Ely Tourism were trying to contact my grandma. I thought it was pathetic, like just downright pathetic.
Yeah, and I've been saying for a long time that these UFO celebrities will do anything to get a story that they could sell and make money from. And here we have a new example that even I think is a little too much, calling up people's grandmothers, trying to get the grandmom to lean on the person with all the evidence so that you could sell the story and make money. Amazing.
And what I was thinking, when he was contacting me, I was thinking, pat myself on the back, but like, Mike, bro, I got. He was like, you had the chance to help me, but he chose not to. So I was like, Mike, bro. But I was like, I pat myself on the back for that one.
Yeah, that's pretty out there that even happened. It's crazy, right?
Oh yeah, I got another good story that happened late. It happened today, actually. But I'll explain that later on. That's might be even better than this.
But as far as the Ely crash, like, did you you've been investigating this for a long time, and by your own admission, you've been there 50 times, you've interviewed all these witnesses, you've spent your own money, you haven't cashed in on this story and try to sell it. Really, you're just intensely interested in getting to the truth. Like, I guess my question is, what kind of conclusions have you drawn from this event? Do you really think this was an alien spacecraft? Was it a Russian satellite? You just haven't reached that determination? Or what do you think it was?
I think it was something like alien related, like from another world, I guess would be the way, like alien related. I do think so, but I could see why someone would think that it might not be, because no one has ever told me that there was alien bodies at this 1950s crash site. And no one has ever told me that there was flaming wreckage, or there was, like Roswell, where they said there was wreckage over there. No one told me anything like that about this. This object, whatever it was, kind of just hit the ground and just stayed there. Not to say that there might have been some aliens inside the craft that I don't know about, but as far as I know, no one that was there that night reported it seeing, at least the civilians that I talked to. No one has ever told me about alien bodies. So when they say 16 alien bodies, I have no idea where they got that.
Yeah, that's the legend. The legend was this thing crashed in Ely and 16 alien bodies were somehow ejected from the craft, or they recovered these 16 alien bodies. I've heard that story many, many times, but it's usually the less than credible people who haven't actually investigated anything, who are just repeating things they've heard. In your case, you've actually interviewed all of the original witnesses that you could, the people who were interrogated by the government after the event, the people who saw the flatbeds and the truck convoy hightailing it out of there with this thing under a tarp on a flatbed. I think I would believe you about what actually may have happened there before I believe somebody just repeating stories of alien bodies with no references and didn't do the work, right?
Exactly. Well, so going back a little bit, I started mentioning that those MPs were going door to door. So that guy, Claude House, he had done this story with Ed Pierce from KOLO over in Reno. Like I said, I told him I would talk to him on a Saturday or a Sunday. I don't remember one of the two. I was going to stay the weekend. In short version, I was going to go to Ely for the weekend, and I was going to interview him as part of the deal. So my friend Nick was the one that used to do the UFOs with me. And he mainly, if I need someone to go with me, he's like your ride or die friend that'll go with you to go do whatever.
That's a good friend.
He's your ride or die friend that'll go be your partner if you need some help with something. So I called him, I would say, I talked to him at the beginning of the week. It would be a Monday or Tuesday. And he was fine doing this interview. And he was talking to me about doing the interview and all this stuff. And then suddenly he goes, wait, what are you asking about? I said, well, I saw you. I started explaining again. Well, I saw you on this news story, and I was wondering if you had additional information. That man broke down crying, hysterically crying, and he starts freaking out like frantic, and he says, they told me not to talk about it. They were here, and they told me that if I talked about it, they were going to hurt me. And that guy from that video freaked out on me, and I never heard from him again. I don't know what that's. He kept saying they. I don't know if he's saying the government or the military. But the guy really was. He's fine. The first few minutes I talked to him, and then he kind of double took, like I said, and goes, wait, what are you talking about? And then he started crying and freaking out on me. So
Wow, that's
I
interesting. So maybe they got to him and he got intimidated by the so-called men in black or whoever is in charge of covering up
That's what
these
I'm thinking.
events.
But that was recently, though. He wasn't saying they contacted him like 50 years ago. He means recently, I guess they talked to him. He never elaborated on it, so I don't exactly know. Like I say, he never talked to me again after that point, but I don't know what he was referring to exactly. But he says someone confronted him and scared the crap out of him terribly. And one thing I'd like to note, though, his dad also is named Claude House, and his dad was named in the newspaper a few days after that storm article I sent you. There was a random UFO sighting in Ely, and his dad was named in it. So I think they really did live there at the time. His family's mentioned in that newspaper article.
Wow. So you can establish he lived there at the time. He's been an established witness of this event, and now you can establish that he broke down crying, saying he didn't want to talk about this because somebody threatened him. That's crazy.
Yes.
That's crazy part of this whole thing.
Yeah, he said that was recent, though. That's what was weird about it. So, the next one, I was going to call one of the Rosa Beer family, and they have a ranch in the area near Preston, Nevada. So, I was supposed to meet with a woman, and she had known that I think it was her husband it was at that, was supposed to have been working at the mine that night when this thing crashed. Well, I had talked to her on the beginning of the week, like I said, about a month. I always most of the time I'll do a Friday through Monday or like a Thursday through Sunday trip to Ely. So I called this woman at the beginning of the week, set up this interview to talk about her husband, and she was fine doing this interview. And I would say around Wednesday, Thursday, I got a call from the woman thanking me for doing an interview with her. And
whoa, that's bizarre. So somebody got to her first and interviewed her?
Yeah, she says, me and Nick had just left her house, and we had just talked to her and interviewed her. And I told her, well, we didn't go up there. We're still in Las Vegas. And it scared the crap out of her. She hung up on me. I never heard from her again. She did the same thing the other guy did, where she started freaking out, like crying and saying she didn't know who came to her house and said to leave her alone and all this stuff. So I don't know who came to her house. But again, that's weird circumstances. And whoever it was pretending to be me and my friend Nick. So that's bizarre.
Yeah, that is definitely bizarre.
And I don't know I don't know if it was just like a regular person or if it was really someone from the military. I'm not 100% sure what happened, but she was really scared about it, whatever it was.
Yeah, interesting. And so, we talked about what your conclusions are. You believe that it was some kind of alien spacecraft.
I think it was.
You don't think it could have been like a V2 that crashed there? Because that could also explain all the secrecy or some other top secret human made. I'm sorry. I mean, I get I understand your perspective, but for me, I don't like going straight to aliens. This could have been a satellite. It could have been a V2. It could have been some other early drone tests or technology, early stealth tests or technology.
Well,
being so close to Area 51, Yeah,
well, there's no explanation for that melting ooze.
Yeah, so the witness testimonies may differ from, or may make that not a really good possibility. So I guess, yeah, I understand why you think what you think, because that's definitely weird, Yeah.
Well, the weird thing is, I have no explanation for that weird molten. I seem to think it was some kind of molten metal of some kind. I don't know if it was a reaction to being in the snow, or I don't know if it was. I don't know what could have got that dripping liquid was. That's what I kind of wondered. What do you think that was, Steve? I'd like to hear your opinion. I don't know.
If you're talking about an airplane crash with jet fuel, that could melt metal and appear that way, maybe, or there could be some sort of fire on the inside of the craft. I mean, there's a million possibilities, but it is compelling. All of this information taken together is compelling, but I'm cautious to connect all the dots. Because it's easy to do that, right? To say, well, the government intimidated the witnesses. It must be aliens. Well, something crashed. We don't know what it is. It must have been aliens. It was silent. We don't know that they had silent craft, and all of these things to connect the dots. I would love nothing more than it to be an alien spacecraft, but it's maybe a little bit of a bridge too far. But there's that people interviewing people before you did, and sort of trying to manipulate the situation, and the release of the information about the crash is very compelling to me. But absence of evidence is not really. I try to not make absence of evidence, or connect those dots.
Yeah.
Try to be a little cautious. But I understand how people could draw those conclusions based on all of this stuff we're hearing. It's like a great, compelling story. It sounds like a spy novel or something.
Oh, yeah. So the next part of the story, I'll go on to the next part of the story. So that's the majority of the basic story of the 1953 UFO crash over in this mine.
Okay.
So this next thing is going to sound totally irrelevant to your listeners, but it'll come full circle, I promise. So the next thing involves a project, an Air Force and NASA joint project called Project High Range. Project High Range began when the U-2 spy plane was already made, and they were trying to find a replacement for the U-2. So they started designing this airplane called the X-15 rocket plane.
We talked about that. I'm very well aware of the X-15 rocket plane, and I'll show some images of that in a moment.
Yeah. So how fast the airplane goes and everything is kind of irrelevant for the story we're going to talk about. But I'll just give like a basic description for the viewers. Basically, this is an airplane. It's a test airplane. It would get dropped out of a specially designed B-52 bomber, and this airplane was basically a rocket, like a pilot literally sitting on top of a rocket. It could fly in the lower atmosphere, and then it could kind of glide and land on a regular runway like a regular airplane would.
Mm-hmm.
But this thing set records at the time for breaking speed barriers and speed records. So in order to test this airplane, it would take off from Edwards Air Force Base and would fly diagonally to Ogden, where Hill Air Force Base is in Utah, and then it would come back down. So basically, it's flying from Southern California to northern Utah. And they built facilities to track this airplane. They built a radar tracking facility in Edwards Air Force Base, one in Beatty, Nevada, and one on top of Kimberly Mountain in Ely, Nevada. So construction of these began in the mid-1950s, and they became operational in 1959. For the case of this story, I'm going to refer specifically to the Ely station on Kimberly Mountain. So the facility was run by NASA and the United States Air Force until 1979, I believe it was. And that's when the Air Force started running it by themselves. The facility officially closed in 1992. So this radar was an early radar, and it had a typical range of 25 miles. In order to get double the range to 50 miles, you'd have to double the amount of power going into this radar station. So this would cause lots of cancer in the guys that worked at these stations, and just a major health risk all around. And they were dangerous. They would catch on fire because of the high power going through these.
Yeah, and this is what year? It's before people knew about all the dangers of all this electromagnetic radiation. Yeah.
Yeah. So I talked to several other UFO investigators, and this, like I said, this will come full circle in just a moment. Scott and Suzanne Ramsey, they did the Aztec UFO crash, and they did a really good job at making documentaries and books on this. They said there was one in White Sands and one near Roswell. And of course, there's a Roswell UFO crash, as we all know, in the same general area where this radar tower was. There's two radar towers. Harry Drew, he does a good job with the Kingman UFO crash. Mm-hmm. And he said that there was one tower on a place called Radar Hill right outside of town, and the UFO supposedly crashed there. And then Leonard Stringfield brought up the idea in some of his early, I guess you call them his retrieval reports, saying that he thought that these towers might have something to do with these UFOs crashing. Well, this tower, Kimberly Mountain, overlooks the exact area where that 1950s UFO had come down in this copper mine. Mm-hmm. And like I said, they had the juice in this thing to make it go about between 25 and 50 miles. So they're tracking this X-15 rocket plane. I was told once the project ended that they started tracking cruise missile tests over in that general part of the state. They started tracking cruise missile tests. And sometimes if they'd see something weird on the radar, whether it be a UFO or an unknown flying object of some kind, whether it was ours or someone else's, they would track it using those radar towers. They kind of bounce them off of each other and track things. So remember that. Like I said, that's about a 25 to 50 mile radius.
Okay.
So in 1964, another UFO incident happened. I was featured in the Ely Times paper once again talking about the mining crash that I had just told you guys. And one morning I got a call from a man, and he starts telling me a story about this UFO incident that I had never heard about. I had no idea what he was talking about. It's nowhere on the internet. So this guy, he basically tells me he's a brakeman on a Nevada Northern Railway train. And just so you guys, just in case you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, the copper mine that I just said that thing crashed, they would mine the copper in that near Ruth. They'd mine it in the mine. They would have a railroad station where they'd keep these trains that would haul the ore in Ely. So this train would pick up the ore and bring it over to McGill. And in McGill is where they would turn this copper ore into, they'd smelt it into usable product. So this guy says he was driving one of these trains after the ore had already been smelted, and they're going up north past McGill to bring it to market. And he said they came around a bend in the tracks, and he said that you could see trouble up ahead. His exact words were that the tracks were thrown around and bent like pretzels. And he said you could see they were thrown everywhere. So he hit the brakes on the train, and the train partially derails when it comes to a stop. And he says, off to your left, you can see there's a farmer's field with all kinds of strange debris, is what he said. This is probably one of the most asked about parts of the story. So there's debris off to the left, and over to your right, he says at the base of this hill, he said there was a cigar-shaped object. There's a cigar-shaped object, but upside down, and basically half of this object is totally disintegrated and blown open. And he said there's small fires smoldering, like this thing had crashed somewhat recently. And when this train stops, there was 3 or 4, the guy couldn't remember, 3 or 4 female ranchers that were on horseback, and they rode away when they saw this train pull up. I don't know if they were scared, or I don't know what the case is. But we'll talk more about them in a moment. So they used their radio, and they called dispatch over in Ely. Ely, they sent a wrecking crane over there, which is the wrecking crane. If you want to show the pictures, Stephen, of some of the pictures of the wrecking crane.
Yeah, I will get those.
Yeah. So they sent some of the pictures. They sent the wrecking crane out there. They thought this was some kind of railroad accident. A wrecking crane, just for your listeners, because not everyone's familiar with this stuff, a wrecking crane is basically a crane on a boxcar, a railroad boxcar. And what it would do was it could pivot. It could move left, it could move right. It could pick things up on one track and move them to another. And it's steam powered. This thing was built in the early 1900s, but for some reason it was the strongest crane in that part of the state.
Yeah, and I'm showing an image of that right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
so they bring in a crane and do what? Pick up the object and put it somewhere?
Yeah, they didn't know what it was at that point. So this is before they got like the military involved. They thought that this train partially derailed, so they sent the wrecking crane in the picture you're seeing right there. They sent that crane down the tracks, and they thought that they were going to move the train back on the tracks. It had partially derailed.
Okay.
Well, they, of course, pull up to the site, and they see that this object is no train. They see that it's some kind of something that was flying, or it can fly. They didn't see it flying, but obviously it was, because they don't know how else it would have gotten there. And they end up calling the Ely National Guard gets called out once again from the same armory over in Ely. And I have pictures of that armory on my website too, if your viewers are interested in that. And if you look at my email number, I'll tell you just a moment.
Yeah, right now.
My email number 4, Stephen, you could show your viewers all those pictures periodically if you want.
Okay.
Those are the actual train engines that were involved in the crash. The 401 and the 201.
Yeah,
and
I'll share
the Nevada
those.
Northern Railway is a museum nowadays.
Yeah, and that's an
201.
interesting part of this story. So you investigated this and even found the trains that have been sort of restored and put in a museum, and they're still around, and you have photos of that here.
Oh yeah, the wrecking crane is on display at the museum. They sometimes do demonstrations, like the picture that you showed a minute ago.
Yeah.
And the 201 is it's over at a railroad museum in Seattle, but they're shipping it back here, and the 401 has already arrived. They already got it shipped back.
Interesting.
But it's kind of spooky to go walk up to them after you know what was going on.
Yeah,
So
the fact that these old trains may have been involved in the crash of an alien spacecraft, that would be eerie to see them, and they're all completely restored, just as if they were, just like they would have appeared at that time all those years ago.
Exactly. So
yeah.
A quick note, this is kind of irrelevant but kind of interesting. The 201, which is the yellow one, the 201 was used to go into the mine because it's smaller, it could take like the tight turns and everything. So the 201 was used more than the 401. The 401's bulky, but it's stronger. So what they would do is the 401 would kind of go the long distance, and the 201 would be more like locally. And what they would do is sometimes they would put them together. They call it MU. I don't know what those abbreviation means, but it's M, the letter U, apostrophe D. That's the abbreviation when they hook them together.
Yeah, I don't recall what that means either, but I know my father was a train guy, and they would put 2 engines. I know this from my father. They would put 2 engines at the front of a very, very heavy oversized load to ensure that it would be able to travel down the rails safely. More than enough power was used instead of. They always erred on the side of caution. If they weren't sure, they would just slap another engine on there. And each of the
pictures you're showing on your screen right now, those are the actual engines that were used. As Paul Tilby was the engineer that day, he was driving those train vehicles, those specific engine numbers and everything.
Okay.
So anyway, setting the scene. So the train pulls up, the wrecking crane's there. There's strange debris out into this field. I'll get into in just a moment. There's this craft. They said the frame looked like it was like a cylinder or like a cigar shape, and they said that half of it was blown open. So this thing, from what it sounds like and from what the wreckage described, it hit one of the ends hit first into the ground, and this thing flipped around and around, end over end, and threw whatever was inside all over this farmer's field. And after it hit this farmer's field, it bounced up an embankment and hit this railroad tracks, and it kept going and smashed into this hill.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
Oh, yeah. Let me see which email number I sent you on this. It would be email number 3.
All right, I'll see if I can't find that, and we'll share those photos as well. Sure.
Yeah, so
and so I just so I'm sure I understand. So this thing crashes, the top is ripped off, there's little fires all around, and it's right near the rails, so they pull in these trains with this huge crane, and then what happens?
Well, the trains were pulling a load of ore, or a load of copper that was smelted. They were going to bring it up to Seattle to go bring it to the docks to send it to Japan for market. And the train that you just saw in the picture, one of the 2 trains derailed, so they sent that wrecking crane in to put the trains back on the track so they could either back up to Ely or so they could keep going since they reported this accident. So, of course...
Yeah, and we're sharing your website and your portfolio with the gallery with descriptions of the images. But right now, I'm sharing on screen the images from email number 3, which shows the area that this crash took place in.
Yes.
Okay,
That
so
picture you're looking at right there, you can see that dark area is where it hit that farmer's field. And if you walk in that nowadays, there's an indentation in there. And it's kind of swampy because it rains and snows a lot up there. It's kind of gross, nasty, like almost, it's like swampy area when you walk in there. Yeah. So,
well, that could be evidence of an alien space crash, or it could be evidence of bad drainage, you know? I'm not sure about that.
yeah. So I'll describe the crash site after. I'll tell the basic story, and then we'll go back and describe the crash site. That's probably better, so it doesn't confuse people.
Okay.
So this object hits that farmer's field, and that's what that indentate in that dark area is on there. It took out. So they had some old telegraph poles that weren't being used, but they still existed, and that's what that dark pole is right there. It's a telegraph pole that was destroyed when this object was flying through the air. And you can see the railroad tracks. That's what they look like nowadays because they stopped using the railroad tracks in 1982.
Okay.
So whatever this object is, it hit that area, tore through those telephone poles, destroyed the tracks right off screen to the right of where that railroad track is. Then it plowed into this mountain. So the railroad company, the Nevada Northern Railway, they end up calling the Ely Police Department, who eventually again called the Ely Armory. So this battalion, the Battery A Battalion, the National Guard people I was mentioning in the other story, they arrive on site, except for at this point, there is an airfield over in Ely called Yellen Field, which they were using to test bombers for the Korean War. So they did have an actual place where they could land bombers at this point. Okay. So I was told that an actual convoy came from Hill Air Force Base, but this time when the convoy came, they actually picked up the pieces of this UFO and they brought it to Yellen Field and they just flew it off in an airplane versus having to drive it back.
Well, it must not have been very big if they could fly it off in an airplane then, right? But I mean, I guess a C-130 or something like that, or equivalent at the time, could take a tank or a tank, maybe a transport, or a Jeep or a vehicle, but nothing that much bigger. So, did you have any details about the size of this thing? And you said there was the top was ripped off, and there was fires all around.
Yeah, they said so. There was fires all around. So these female ranchers were there. They rode off. The wrecking crane was there. So when the National Guard people got there, they ended up taking all of the guys off the train. They brought them to the Ely jail of all places, and they interviewed them in this jail. They didn't bring them. I don't know if they brought them to the jail because it was the most secure area where they could talk in private or what the deal was. But they brought them to the Ely jail. The guys on the train were saying, and they interrogated these guys, and they were asking them what they saw. They're not supposed to talk about it. It's that type of thing. So they have a convoy driving from Hill Air Force Base, and then they also have the plane that eventually lands to pick them up. So again, they have about a 3 or 4 hour window where these National Guard men are sitting at this site. Which other pictures do you have, Stephen? Like, put up another one.
Sure. The next one here.
I have some of the destroyed, like the track where.
The next one here shows some sort of metal thing protruding from a field.
Oh yeah, go to the next one. Go to that one.
Okay. This is the berm, destroyed berm.
Yeah, the destroyed berm. The destroyed berm. That picture, that's where the thing actually ended up bouncing, went over the railroad tracks, did a flip and end over hand, and smashed into that berm. I'll explain that in just a moment. But your viewers can see like what the area looks like. So this convoy is coming from Hill Air Force Base, and I told Stephen the.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sharing the wrong picture. Let me get the right one. Yeah. So.
Oh, you're okay.
Yeah, we have. Now we have the berm photo on screen. So yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's cool. So. While the convoy is coming from Hill Air Force Base, the guy who was in charge of this National Guard unit, and I told you a little bit about him on the phone. So this one witness I do want to keep anonymous. I told Stephen a little bit about it in private. He steps into this opened end of this craft, and I guess since it's flipped upside down, he would technically be standing on the roof. He's inside this thing, and he goes in with one other guy. And the way he described it was that it looked like you were standing on the desert floor. It looked like there was no walls around you, but you could tell you were in some kind of a room, because he said it looked like modern day night vision, where it's kind of like the black and green. Yeah, and he thought he was in there for a few minutes, and when he came out, I guess it had actually been closer to an hour or two. Like he said, time he thought slowed down for some reason in there. So I don't have any proof of that, but that was kind of cool to mention.
So you interviewed somebody that claims they stepped into the craft, they felt some sort of time distortion, and what they saw around them looked like night vision or something weird.
Exactly.
Well, that is weird.
So I ended up talking to some of the guys from the Battery 8, 2nd Automatic Weapons Battalion before. I haven't talked to very many of the actual guys from Hill Air Force Base. I've talked to a lot of the people that were part of the Guard. A lot of them still live in that general area.
Mm-hmm.
They said that there was strange bodies in that farmer's field, in that dark spot that you pulled up earlier, in that whole general area. They said that basically what they described, they said there was small creatures, what one guy said. And he said the creatures were tan colored. He said that they were about 4 foot tall. They had big eyes. And he says that there was no blood or anything. But he says that you could see that clearly that they were mutilated, that when this thing blew up, it must have torn those things to shred. And he said that there was pieces of what looked like glass all in the dirt where the railroad tracks were. And he said that there was small fires everywhere. And some of the guys started crying when I would talk to them, because they said that I guess this was traumatizing to them. And one guy said one of the beings or creatures, I guess you would call them, he said one of them he thought was gurgling. Like, I don't know if it was alive.
Yeah. So just to be clear, so you're interviewing these on the record witnesses who were witness to this event, and they're telling you, one told you he stepped into the craft, felt some sort of time distortion and strange effects, and these other people who witnessed the event are telling you that they saw 4 foot tall humanoid bodies with tan skin and big eyes. Your typical description, I suppose, of many aliens.
So I have no stories or bodies from the mine-ins. I have quite a few people that reported them at this. The guys that were on the train reported them. They just called them victims, and they called them preachers and victims and pilots. I hear all kinds of things. Most of them call them preachers. Apparently, all of the preachers were laying in that field. There was none of the preachers in this sandy area where the tracks are. So the convoy eventually arrives from Hill Air Force Base. Same thing happens. They pick all these guys. The National Guard guys are told to leave, and the military handles it. They pick up all the pieces as much as they could. You could see in the area the way the sagebrush and stuff looks. There's no way you're going to get everything out of there. So they pick up as much as they can. They think they got it all. I seem to think there might be something out there, whether it be tiny or whatever. But if you look at that area, there's no way I don't think you could get everything out of it. So this object is eventually loaded onto a bomber of some kind and flown out of Yellen Field. And my information on that comes from the guy that was leading that National Guard unit.
Okay.
And I told you why in private, why I'm not going to say his name. But, yeah. Stephen, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening, and I'm sure you understand that there's some very skeptical people in the audience.
Oh yeah.
And one person mentioned we're all waiting for a picture of a crash flying saucer on the ground with alien bodies around it, and you don't have it. To be fair, you don't have that. You have witnesses who described this to you.
Yes.
And what about the veracity and the ethics?
That site is where that happened.
Sure, but what about the witnesses themselves? Did you verify that they were living in the area at the time, working near there, would have been able to be a witness?
Yes.
So you did the background, and these people were there.
Records going back to when the 1800s. From everyone that's worked for the Nevada, everyone that's worked for the mine, their records are in the Nevada White Pine Public Museum. And the Nevada Northern Railway Museum in Ely, they have a whole building, a gigantic building, just full of archives of people. Every piece of paper that was produced from the day they opened to the moment they closed is in that building. And I've gone there tons of times into that Nevada Northern Railway thing, the archive. And if you go on their website, you can even see pictures of the archives on there.
Okay, that's fair enough.
And it's in the whole second floor of the White Pine Public Museum has a whole bunch of filing cabinets that have old employment records. I found Vern and Pete's employment records up there. I found some of the guys that were in the truck that they brought back. Paul Tilby, the guy who was driving the train, I found his records at the Railroad Museum.
So I just want to clearly establish that these weren't just a bunch of nutters in the town who were telling you this story. You tracked these people down. You verified that they were there at the time working in the area. They're not just random people telling you alien stories, you know?
No. I have verifiable evidence that anyone could go to the Railroad Museum archives, or they could go to the White Pine Public Museum and find. As long as you have their names,
and no offense, we're just trying to establish that these are good witnesses that told you. And how many witnesses would you say you interviewed that told you about alien bodies? That you verified were there at the time?
Roughly about 10.
About 10. So we've got 10 witnesses. And
they're
all telling similar or the same stories? And they're all telling similar or the same stories about seeing bodies, and the descriptions are similar that they're giving you?
Yes. One of the most compelling stories I have, actually, I was in the Ely Daily Times paper for a different story, and a guy named Daniel called me. Daniel grew up on a ranch about 2 miles from these pictures that you were showing, where it shows like the indentation in the ground and whatnot. And he says that back when he was a kid, his mom used to tell him stories about in the early 1960s. He thought it was 1962, but I seem to think it's 1964. But anyways, he says that in the early 1960s, his mom saw alien bodies, and she saw a crashed flying saucer, and that she had witnessed it. He said that she took her ranch hands and she rode out to a site where a UFO had crashed. And she described the UFO just like the train guy did. She said it was cylindrical, but half of it was destroyed. And she said that she thought it was demons at the time, demons on the ground. And that she was picked up pieces of it. I guess her and another woman, stepped on part of it. I don't know if they're climbing on it or stepping on it, but they tried to climb up on the side of this thing, but I don't think they could. But they picked up small pieces of this, and they put it in their pocket. And while they're doing all of this, he told me that a train from the Nevada Northern Railway came riding up. And he says that his mom got scared that she was going to get arrested, and she rode away. And supposedly, he said his mom still has these pieces somewhere in the house. Like I said, I've never seen them myself, so don't quote me on that thing. I've seen them. I haven't seen them. He says supposedly she still has them. I've tried to contact him. He won't answer my calls, and he doesn't want to talk about the pieces anymore. But the pieces that he described, he said that they were green with what looked like yellow specks in them. And if you remember, the guys that walked into that craft, they said it looked like modern day night vision, where it was like the greenish looking color and the green and black. So that guy at that point in time didn't know I had talked to the guys on the train, or the military guys, only because this wasn't published. I hadn't done any interviews about this at that point. So he described something very similar to what the military guys described when they went inside the craft. And the story is almost the same exact story that the guy on the train said, but it's from that woman's point of view. And that guy on the train verified that his mom was there, because he started saying that those ranchers were there and they rode off. And then, of course, the ranch is not even 5 miles from this site.
So what we've established is that you've got all these witnesses. They see this crash. They see strange bodies. And then you're saying that the rail company comes with the crane, and what happens then?
So in the middle of all this, so the rail company, the Nevada Northern Railway, they sent this wrecking crane up there. The wrecking crane has to pick up the engine and put it back on the tracks. So then what they did was, if you see the additional pictures of the ones that, you know how you're showing like the field on there, like the field pictures?
Okay.
There's like a ditch next to that field. You can't see it on the picture I'm looking at, where it shows like the tracks, the pole, and the indentation. On the other side of the tracks, going towards the field, there's a big ditch filled with water.
Okay.
So they needed to use the wrecking crane to pick up different pieces and use it to put onto flatbed trucks. But they didn't send it down there for that, but it was already there when the military got there, so they ended up using it for that.
So they use the crane and they pick up the pieces of this thing and put it where, on another flatbed?
Yeah,
a military flatbed. Backs of
I
trucks.
sent you a picture.
And did the witnesses
picture right there where it shows the big open area?
Yeah. And were the witnesses, did they see them picking this thing up with the crane and putting it on these flatbeds and these military trucks? And what happened to the bodies?
Was going on, but right when they were getting ready to leave, the wrecking crane pulled up, and the National Guard guys were there, and they started sealing out the area, and the wrecking crane was already there, moving the engines and everything.
Okay, and then what happened? What happened to the bodies? Because you don't need a crane to pick up the bodies. Were those picked up by people? What happened to them?
Supposedly, according to the guy that was running the National Guard unit, he was told that what they were doing is they were trying to get the main bulk of the wreckage in one spot. So when the Hill Air Force Base guys got there, it was easier for them. I guess they picked up all the bodies and they scooted them all, not in a pile, but like side by side somewhere in that field. And I was brought out to that specific site by the brakeman, the engineer, and I was brought out there by the guy that ran that National Guard unit.
Okay.
So about the site. So the reason why I know that's the site, besides them bringing me out there, I know I was telling you on the phone the other day. So we are given a specific mile marker, which I told you on the phone. I don't know who owns that farmland in the picture. So I've seen cows and things out there from time to time. So I don't usually say the specific mile marker because I don't want people going on that guy's land.
Sure. But it's private property, after all. We have to observe
so the railroad, they stopped using that in 1982, and the museum still owns those tracks. Off to your right, if you flip to the picture of the berm, that land is owned still owned by Kennecott. The smelter was demolished in the 80s, but the mine still owns that land. So what happened was the mine would smelt the ore into usable product. And whatever was the trash product, whatever was left over, like the trash material, they would dump in these piles outside of town. And they have who knows how many piles from like 100 years all are out there. So remember that. So we got a specific mile marker. We drove out to this mile marker on this service road that's all messed up. And the ground is kind of that light color. I'm looking at a picture right now that you have on there. It shows like a light colored gray dirt. And is that the picture you have on right now, Stephen?
I mean, you gave me 4 pictures of desert stuff. I can cycle through them to make sure we're seeing.
No, the one I'm looking at.
We've already seen all these pictures, though. I think people are getting very anxious, and somebody is asking. You're saying that the National Guard recovered this object. Do you have like on the record testimonies from those National Guard members that they recovered this strange object?
Some of them I do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just asking for my skeptical friend Gunnar here, who's a military man. So he wants, more than just your word.
That you're showing on there right now, it shows kind of like the road turns up ahead, and it shows like a light-colored gravel, like light-colored dirt.
Okay.
So when you're driving on the service road, the whole ground is kind of like that light-colored. And all of a sudden, you get to one spot in the road close to that mile marker, and it turns into a dark copper-colored strip. And I remember the first time we found it, I was like, "This is odd." Mile marker. So it turns into a copper-colored strip.
There we go. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And then off to your left, when you get to this copper-colored strip of dirt, you see that indentation in the field, and then you see that copper-colored strip it goes under the railroad tracks, and it kind of runs over to that area where that berm was destroyed.
Okay.
So what happened was that object first, like I was saying earlier, hit where that indentation is, and that's what caused, in my opinion, that's what caused the indentation. You could see the telegraph poles in either direction, as far as you could see in either direction, until you get to that spot. The two telegraph poles are torn down. It looks like something ripped them down or hit them or something. And then there's a picture I sent you. It looks like a melted fence post, like a metal fence post.
Yes.
Yes, what that is. There was a small fence keeping people from going into that ditch, and whatever hit down in that ditch, it tore through those telephone graph poles that were made out of wood, and then whatever it was, cut a clean cut across that fence. And that metal fence post, if you look at it, it's almost melted. It looks like it was like a clean cut that's for some reason melted this metal fence post, and that's going up towards the railroad track. Yeah, that picture. That's my friend Nick.
Okay, but just to be clear again, because I'm a little unclear on this, I asked you what happened to the bodies. We've got people saying they saw the bodies, then they see the trains coming and the National Guard there with flatbeds, and they're loading portions of this craft into the flatbeds. But what about the bodies? Did the National Guard or military troops there recover the bodies?
All the bodies kind of next to each other in that farmer's field. And they left them there until the Hill Air Force Base guys got there, and then they're the ones that put them in the trucks.
Okay, and where did they go from there? Do you have any ideas?
They brought the bodies to Yellen Field, which is the air. It was like an Air Force bomber training area for the Korean War. So they loaded the bodies onto these bombers at Yellen Field, and then from Yellen Field, I don't know where they took them, but I do know they were taken onto some kind of these bombers at Yellen Field.
And you have National Guardsmen who will testify that they loaded what they believe to be alien bodies or something like that?
The guy that runs the National Guard group, he was the one that told me like what he was given orders to do when he got there, and he was the one that said they picked up the big pieces that they could carry without needing all kinds of power tools and things, and they put them all into one big hunk of the metal. The big pieces of metal they put in a big pile. The bodies they kind of put side by side, and I guess the wrecking crane was used to pick up the main part that wasn't destroyed. When the military got there, they used it to put it on the truck.
Okay, but you have no idea what happened to the bodies or the craft after that. It just
I don't know where they went.
These aliens keep disappearing. These alien bodies, and this is what is so tantalizing to me about these stories, Jeremy, because I'm not discounting the witness testimony, but that what we always have, and not just the stories you've investigated, but many like Kecksburg and Roswell, it just seems like the absolute smoking gun proof or evidence of these stories always seems to elude us, and we get tantalizing maybe proof and really convincing witness testimony, but then the alien bodies, tissue samples, the technology, the craft always seems to disappear into some sort of government black vault, whether it be Area 51, some say, whether it be Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and the trail ends at the government recovering this stuff and taking it away. Have you asked the National Guard for comment on this event, or the Air Force, or what's that? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I've never contacted the National Guard for a comment on.
Somebody's telling me I'm
interrupting you. The guy I
you.
talked to that ran the National Guard. Like, so there's a certain reason why I don't say who he is. I told you on the phone.
Yeah, and I'm aware. There's a good reason for that.
And you periodically see his picture in the paper, and it talks about him leading the Guard group. So I know he really was in the Guard group, and he was the one that was calling the shots in that specific Guard during that time.
Okay.
Yeah, so going back to the site. So, so you see the farmer's field, you see the fence posts and the telegraph poles that are gone. There's an indentation in the ground. there's the copper-colored strip under the track. Then I told you that the Nevada Northern, not the Nevada Northern Railway, Kennecott dumped their waste product in that big area next to the tracks, and it goes pretty much as far as you could see. So whatever that object was hit one of those berm, I call it a berm, it's kind of more like a big sand pile, but it's piled up all the way down. So that object destroyed the sand pile, and I don't know if that copper-colored strip, it looks like someone repaired the tracks. But in order to repair the tracks, they filled in the damaged area with that dirt from those copper waste piles. And like I said, the mine and the railroad company were two separate entities. They weren't owned by the same people. So there was no reason why the train company would be taking material owned by a whole separate company and using it to repair their railroad tracks. And not to mention there's chemicals from the smelting process in those piles of dirt. So there is no reason why that I could think of, unless you're doing something illegal, why they would be taking that dirt and filling in that area of the tracks. Unless it was something, like I said, unless it was something extraordinary like this, or it was some kind of real emergency. So that definitely is the site.
Yeah, and we have a former military man who says he never researched the Utah or Nevada National Guard records for this incident. That's a fair question, but Gunnar, please be more respectful with the guests. You know, people, some people here are Jeremy, I talked to you about this. We have a large spectrum. Some of the people that watch are fervent believers in all of this, and some of them are ardent skeptics. And I'm sure you understand a military man saying, did you research the Utah or Nevada National Air Guard records for the incident?
Not the Air National Guard. The records for the armory are in Ely, though. That armory still exists, and it was running up until about 5-10 years ago. And that guy, Steve, I told you, the one that runs the radio station, he was one of the last commanders of that guard.
That's interesting.
He was one of the last ones that was operating it. So I know a lot of how they operate from him, because he was there and he lived. And I talked to the guy that ran the guard unit in like the 50s and 60s. Okay.
So, but where does that leave us with this case? Again, what do you think your conclusions are based on interviewing? You said 10 witnesses. 10 witnesses saw alien bodies and described the alien bodies to you in similar ways. So, and you interviewed them separately, right? Like you didn't put them all in a room together.
Most of the stories about, as far as like the railroad crash and the bodies and things, that didn't come out until, I would say, around the time I went on the Art Bell show. And so the last couple of years before that, I was interviewing witnesses and things, and a lot of them didn't know who I was talking to and who I didn't talk to. So as far as the witnesses go that saw the bodies, I have about 4 people on the train that reported bodies. I have the main National Guard guy that was there. I have, let me think. I have 4 guys on the train. I have the National Guard, a couple of National Guardsmen. The most tantalizing witness, though, is the guy that was leading the National Guard. But I'll show you after the show. And then I have the female ranchers. I have people that saw the trucks leaving the road, the service road, but they don't have the bodies, but they report having the crap on the trucks, bringing to Yellen Field. So I talked to quite a bit of people. It's not easy to find the witnesses, though. Like, it's actually super hard to find them, especially something that happened this long ago.
Yeah, but so I guess, you know, to we're over time already, but I mean, I could talk to you for another 5 hours about this. So what we have is 2 separate strange UFO crash events, all within the same area, within a 20-year period. And in both cases, it appears that witness testimony would indicate that the government swooped in, like in many other cases, like Kecksburg and Roswell, cleaned up all the debris, interviewed witnesses, in some cases maybe intimidated people into silence, took the wreckage, the bodies, whatever they had, to unknown locations.
Yes.
That's
I have, so one thing I forgot to mention, I don't know if we need to end the show right now, if I could say like one or two more things.
yeah, no, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so going back, so I mentioned they had that tracking station on top of that hill. Many UFO, at least 3 or 4 UFO crash investigators I talked to said that for some reason, they don't know why, but they think that those radar towers possibly cause these UFOs to crash. So the first one I think crashed just by pure chance up there. This other one I think had something to do with that radar tower. So
yeah, and just so everybody's aware,
but kind of goes full circle.
Yeah, and just so everybody's aware, there have been claims that these high-power radar stations somehow interfered with these UFO craft in the case of Roswell and Aztec stories and somehow caused them to crash. You believe that may have had something to do with these 2 crash events?
Oh, I think for sure. Do we have, I don't know if you want me to say one more event that happened, or if you want me to save it another time, or?
Yeah, quickly, sure. We can include that.
So this one I'll try to do a quick version of this. So I got calls when I was in the Evening Times paper again. I guess in the winter, this goes along with the lights going out in the mine. In the 1970s, I guess this happened on a winter night during the graveyard shift in the late 70s. I guess the story was given to me by some haul truck drivers and some mechanics and welders over at the mine over in Ely.
Okay.
The specific story I'm going to say is from one of the mine haul truck drivers' point of view. He says that he was at work one day at the graveyard shift, and he said the lights shut off in the mine. And he said a few minutes later they came back on, and I guess everyone kind of shrugged it off and kept working. Well, I guess the lights shut off a second time. And this time when they shut off, they came back on again, and then the foreman that was running the mine started telling people they needed to go home. So the majority of the miners go home. The lights shut off again. And this keeps happening where they're shutting on and off periodically. And this foreman starts getting mad. He says, "You need to leave." And then he starts raising his voice, starts saying, "Well, you need to leave." Then he says, "Well, okay, well, you guys all need to," to the point to where he starts yelling at these workers. So they get in their truck and they start leaving. And the haul truck driver is in the truck, and he says they're roughly about, I don't know, I guess probably about 1.5 miles, 2 miles from the mine. And he says suddenly, I guess they pulled over on the side of the road because they saw what looked like a glowing disc came from Duck Creek, which is on the other side from Ely. It came from Duck Creek and landed in the mine, he said. Didn't crash, it landed.
But how big was the mine? How big was the mine entrance that a flying spaceship could land inside it?
The mine's massive. It's the second biggest copper mine in the country. So
okay. What about the entrance to the mine? Have you seen that?
I've been to the entrance of the mine, but you can't drive through because they have security gates and security checks and stuff. But so this object, this is strange. This is something kind of different from what I just mentioned, but it'll make sense in just a moment. So this object doesn't crash, it lands in the mine. And the guy says within several minutes, he says there's helicopters are coming over the mountain, and they land in the mine behind this object. Almost like they were tracking it, or like they knew this thing was coming. And about 2 or 3 days later, he said the object was seen being carried off in broad daylight by a double-bladed helicopter with some escorts. He said they weren't trying to hide it. Everyone in downtown Ely saw this thing. So whatever it was, I think it was man-made, whatever it was. I don't think that was something alien. But he says that they were carrying it south of town, and south of town is roughly where Area 51 is. So I don't know if that's where they brought it, but that seems to be what the witnesses were thinking. He says they were told not to go to work for 2 weeks, and the military showed up periodically all winter long, he said, doing different tests in the area. So
what leads you to believe that these other 2 crashes were aliens, but this one was some sort of human-made craft?
The thing that I can't get past is the one had like the weird molten metal stuff that was dripping. The other one, they reported the alien bodies, of course. This one, the fact that the military is right on it and they were there so quick, I don't know. They would have to be tracking it somehow or in communications with if it was a man-made object. But the thing is, like I said, this is a big mountainous area.
Yeah, and
if
just
you're going to crash land or do a controlled landing,
just to be clear, people are just to be clear, Jeremy, people are sending me pictures of what appears to be UFOs on the back of a flatbed. I can't verify the authenticity of it, but this one's from Bill Uhouse. And a quote, UFO was hauled like a house, Captain Bill Uhouse. I don't know what case this is from or if it's a real picture. I'm giving you my buyer beware warning, but at least there's some sort of imagery, and we've seen images, even though many may have been artist images, of the Kecksburg crash being hauled away on a flatbed, and Roswell and other crashes apparently being hauled away on a flatbed. Just wanted to share that.
Oh, that's cool looking. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
So this object, like I said, I didn't do as much research into this case as the other two, but I thought that was kind of cool, worth noting, because it sounds like to me that this was something man-made. And if you were going to do a controlled landing or a crash of some kind, you would want to go near that copper mine. That's one of the only areas that's not covered in boulders and trees and things, because you're up high in the mountain.
Okay. So that one you investigated and thought it was something earthly for.
That one I thought was earthly. But I thought that was kind of a cool story, though.
Yes, and it is clearly establishes that you don't jump right to aliens for every case, like many would, I suppose.
Something I'd like to note, but I don't know if your listeners notice, but I know if I don't have like lots of evidence to prove this definitely is this or this definitely is that, or if I don't have proof, for instance, of the guy working at Area 51, I'll usually tell you. As long as I remember, I'll tell you.
Yeah, no, it's important to establish. It's important to establish. And for those unaware, having looked into his work and his research, I B. Baker mentioned this in the live chat, and that is the mark of a grifter is that they don't have a real job outside of this, and they're always trying to push something and make money selling the stories that they're pushing. You haven't done that. You've got a real job. You've spent your own money to investigate these things and try to get to the proof of them.
Oh, yeah.
And your own time, and largely, except for some guest appearances where you're talking about your research in these events, I just don't see the grift angle from you so far.
Exactly.
But Jeremy, I reserve the right. If I find out you're grifting, buddy, I'm going to let everybody know, because that's what we do here. But you know that.
Oh,
yeah. I do.
I know.
Sometimes.
Going over on your time. I was going to make
No, it's fine, and you can. But I want to clearly establish to people listening and watching that you're a bird of a different feather here than we're used to, because one can understand if somebody doesn't have a real job and they got to sell UFO stories to make money, they play fast and loose with the facts. They lie by omission. For example, when you admitted that you hadn't verified this person worked at Area 51 for sure, but this is a story you were told, you admitted that. A grifter would have just not even mentioned that. Just said, yeah, he worked at Area 51 and he told me he handled pieces of that, And sometimes I'm a victim of my own. Yeah, and sometimes here we are a victim of our own making or devising here. I encourage everybody to be very skeptical, but sometimes people take it a little too far and they aren't very kind to the guests. And if that happened tonight, I do apologize to you. And we're trying to get people to keep an open mind, be kind to the guests, even if you disagree with them. But everybody's used to pouncing on the grifters, so maybe that's part of it too. I don't get that from Jeremy so far. He's been very honest with me, both on air tonight and off air, and with you, our viewers, and that's all we can do. And I understand people are maybe frustrated because of this. What I talked about, we have this tantalizing maybe proof, tantalizing maybe evidence, tantalizing witness testimony, but nothing physical, solid, no images, no videos, we don't get the smoking gun in these stories. But people are free to look at the evidence and decide where it leads them and what they believe happened here. But it is a great mystery, Jeremy. Both of these are, and I love all of them. I love great mysteries, you know.
Well, my thing is, I try to do like something like as far as crashes go. Like in this case, I spent almost 15 years or so doing these specific incidents. So I have a lot of information on this. I try to do other UFO crashes. Like I said, not all of them are alien stuff. I do admit that. I don't want everyone thinking I think everything is alien. It's not all alien.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Yeah. So Linda Moulton Howe called me out. So her thing is about 100 miles from this. So I think one of the next ones I'm going to spend some time doing. I'm going to try to look into that.
Oh, and can we tell people about your plans with this Linda Moulton Howe story? Because I think this is this. No, well, let me say something first. So for those unaware, and just to recap, Jeremy has spent years of his life, his own money, thousands of dollars, and he's interviewed like 50 people about these UFO crashes. First, George Knapp says you won't find any evidence. It's all a myth. Then Jeremy goes on Art Bell and starts telling the story of his research and including things like witness names and testimony. And then somehow Art Bell says he's giving this story to a real researcher, Linda Moulton Howe, who he worked with. And God bless Art Bell. I love him, but this is wacky. Then Linda Moulton Howe takes the story and somehow changes it to a story about a 130-foot UFO that crashed in the desert, and all these people got shovels and dug a huge hole and put the UFO or the spaceship into this huge hole. And she even identified with an X on a map where the UFO was buried. And this
gave longitude and latitude.
Yes.
Of where it's buried.
Yes, and she so basically she took Jeremy's research and his story, and she bastardized the story to tell some other story that has nothing to do with the truth of these cases. And she claims to this day, I remember her telling the story, that the UFO to this day is still buried out there in the desert. And so Jeremy has a plan to see if we can do something about Linda Moulton Howe and her story of the 130-foot spaceship buried in the desert that she did give the location for, right, Jeremy? She gave the longitude and latitude.
The exact location.
All right. So what can we do?
I know that area. I know all the people up there.
Tell people.
She says X marks the spot. It's in this spot specifically.
Yes.
And I was thinking, okay, Linda.
Yeah. So wait a minute.
I'm going to rent some ground penetrating radar, and in the next couple of months, I'm going to go up to that spot when I'm in Ely. I'm going to drive over that spot with ground penetrating radar and see if there's anything under the ground.
So you heard it here first, friends. Another.
For about $200 a day.
This is another.
That's not even. That's like a half a day's drive to get there. So I'm like, I'll go up there because she pissed me off, trying to say my story was not real and posting her own version of it.
Yes.
Like, I'll go up there.
So just to be clear, friends, we have another Truth Seekers exclusive story because I've already made Jeremy promise that if he indeed gets the ground penetrating radar and goes out to where Linda Moulton Howe swore there was an alien spaceship buried in the desert with X marks the spot, and here's the longitude and here's the latitude and the GPS coordinates of where this spaceship got buried. Jeremy's going out there with ground penetrating radar, and he is going to come back here once he's done that and report the results and see if he can find Linda Moulton Howe's alien spaceship buried in the desert, right?
Yep, and then the guy.
I can't wait. I can't wait, Jeremy.
Who that guy is either that she says worked at that bar.
She made him up. She makes up fake sources, but I can't wait. We're going to get the ground penetrating radar that's either going to prove or disprove that Linda's story is fake. We'll prove it either way. And Jeremy, if you do happen to find an alien spaceship, I get the exclusive story on that shit too, because that would be some views. I want it. I want the story either way. And Jeremy kindly has agreed that he's going to do this, friends. This is something. He is going to take a story. Oh, that's a great story, great interview. He's going to take Linda Moulton Howe's word for where X marks the spot, where that spaceship was buried, and we're going to find out if we can catch Linda Moulton Howe selling yet another 100% fake story.
If she's so confident evidence it's there. Why isn't she?
Why didn't she do the ground penetrating radar? Why didn't she? Dude, if I really thought I knew exactly where a spaceship was buried, I would go out there with a freaking shovel the next day. That's you know. Did you ever hear about the alien buried in Aurora, Texas, or the legends of it?
That I have heard, yeah.
Dude, I don't know how nobody has taken a shovel and tried to dig it up, but apparently it was moved or something, according to Jim Mars. Yeah. Why didn't Linda Moulton Howe go out there with a shovel and show us the spaceship, Jeremy?
That's what I wondered. Well, I got one more good story before you end the show. I know we're going over on your time. I got one more really good story about the UFO megacon.
No, my pleasure. Go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, so this one's my favorite. This happened today. So UFO Mega Conference, I was on their website. I was looking kind of at some of their guests, and it says on there, if you want to be a speaker for our conference, just write us an email. And you could be the next speaker. So I was like, okay, let's write them. So I sent them an email probably about a week ago. They write me back saying, you might be what we're looking for a conference speaker. And then they said, we'll contact. Basically, they gave you the we're not going to talk to you, the FU email. And I started looking at the speakers. Last year's guest speaker was Jimmy Church. I know the way he's talking about. I didn't know what you think of him. He was last year's best, the keynote speaker. Then I started reading the speaker from this year. One of the speakers was talking about how Star Wars compares to real life and artificial intelligent aliens and stuff. I was like, wait, you're taking these guys' stories and me, I got what I just told you about a crashed UFO.
They don't want credible researchers.
About it, but I might be what you're looking for.
No, they don't want credible researchers, Jeremy. They want fairy tale huckstering dummies. You know.
I told them, I used to say, like, you don't have to pay me. Pay for my gas. I will drive there because it's in Nevada. I said, I will drive there. Just pay for my gas. And I was like, and I even got, I hate to sound cocky, but my story will blow all theirs out of the water. And they don't want me to speak for them. I was like, okay, then.
Yeah. Well, imagine if I messaged them, hi, I want to do a 2-hour talk about how most of the people talking about this stuff are fairy tale huckstering grifter con artists, and I can prove it. And I can prove it and see what they say. Yeah, send me the link. For a goof, friends, I am going to apply to be a speaker at the UFO Mega Conference, and I'm going to tell them that I'm going to do a 2-hour talk about what con artists and scammers most of the people selling alien stories are, and I can prove it with facts and evidence. And I can talk about how people knowingly work with child rapists and child molesters and murderers to sell fake alien stories, and of course, stolen valor frauds. That's big, Jeremy. You got to have a guy who pretends he was a Navy SEAL or a Marine when he wasn't. Yeah.
You know, actually, I think they do actually have one of their festivals or whatever you want to call it in Pennsylvania every year. So if they actually did take you up on it, you technically could do it if you really wanted to.
Cosmic Neighbors, my friend here, Jeremy, said, application denied. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry if my story got kind of all over the place at times. Like I said, I haven't...
No, and you know what? Listen, people are saying that somebody should help you organize your research. I don't know if I'm the right guy to do that, but I could write about this and include a lot of your imagery and parts of it, and maybe it'll be a little more succinct or like concise. But listen, you've been doing this for years. It's easy to get a little brain fog about all this and trying to keep all this stuff straight. You know?
I have my laptop computer. I have like 5 spiral notebooks with handwritten notes. I'm like digging through all these papers and stuff while I've been talking. So that's why sometimes it seems like I go all over the place.
No, I think these might make a good idea for a documentary, and I'll talk to you about that off air, because we'll be getting into Truthseekers Presents soon with several different projects, and I would certainly be willing to dig in more to this. And I thank you for coming here. And
Linda and George Knapp want to like duel me on UFOs. I was like, there's not very many people I think that know more about UFO crashes in Nevada than me. I was like, that's why I was like, if they want to go at it, I was like, I don't really think they can beat me. Like I said, this is just 2 of the things I've investigated. I have a bunch more. Well, not a bunch. I have like 5 more alleged UFO crashes that turned out to be other things, and I have stories about lights chasing cars and stuff. That's what I was like, if they want to challenge me on this, I was like, I don't know if Linda knows really who she's challenging.
Yeah, and then next time though, we have to get We have to get Jeremy a computer that's newer so that he can do the stream with no issues. I don't know if it was your internet connection or the older laptop you were trying to use, but we'll get it squared away. And next time, because honestly, people don't like these call-ins. They're like, "What is this? 1996?" But we did the best we could. We roll with the punches here, Jeremy. Technical problems happen. We still were able to do the show, and I'm thankful that we could have this talk and share it for all of my friends here. And I hope that you come back and don't be a stranger. And we'll be in touch off air.
I'll email you. I have a couple ideas for something. I'll email you.
Sure. Excellent. Okay. All right. I'm going to hang up on you now and do a quick wrap up. We're already into overtime, but thank you for doing this. I appreciate it.
All right. No problem.
All right. Thank you, Jeremy.
Anytime,
all right. Bye-bye. All right, friends. So there we have it. Against all odds, it didn't seem like this was going to happen tonight. We will, like I said, we roll with the punches. Let me take that banner down. We will check in with our kind and generous benefactors tonight. For those unaware, you can support the show through either the super chats, super stickers. You could become a member. We shout out all the members, channel members here. And we read each and every single super chat. We thank everybody for their kindness, their generosity, and their support of the show. And I will have some comments about some other things, but I think we want to keep the show on topic. So I'm sure that many of you would like me to discuss this situation with Third Phase of Moon attempting to stop everyone from seeing a recently released documentary about them. But I think I will do that as a separate stream, especially considering that people are right now spreading more false rumors and slanderous accusations. So we did read all the super chats so far, and it was just Spooky who sent $2 Great Britain pounds and said it was a meteor in the kitchen with a UFO crash. Okay. Yes. And one other thing that we will do, which we're going to try to do with every show now, and that is to shout out and thank all of our channel members. I'm working on a way to be able to also shout out and thank all of our Patreon supporters. So if you would like to be recognized as a Patreon supporter, please send me an email at truthseekershow@gmail.com with your chat room user ID and just say, "Hey, I'm a Patreon supporter, Stephen. Add me to the list," and we'll do that. For now, I'll be reading the channel members and thanking them. Cynical Observer, who's been praised the cash member for 0 days, first day, and thank you for becoming a new member. We have My Flock is Everywhere member, Wreaking Havoc 215, Guy Cracker. We have Lindsay Gardner, John Williams, 76 Degree Pyramid Power, Cynthia Mack, Gary Arnold, Complizard, Mr. Fish, Tanya Hilliard, Martin Wright, Sweet Caroline, of course, chat room moderator, UFO John Doe, the MVP of supporting the show, Sidvich, of course, Annie Kurtz, and Reload. We thank all of you for your kindness, generosity, and continuing support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. I've got a bit more time to share with you, even though we're way over time as well. I will take any comments or questions from the live chat while I remind you of two things. First, if you're listening in audio podcast land, we love and appreciate you, but you're missing the fun of the live tapings, and we want you to be included in that. So if you've been listening to the audio podcast, you are listening to a recorded version of the show. We would much prefer you come here, join the party, be a part of the live tapings. And you can do that by going on over to youtube.com. Hit that little magnifying glass, the search bar, and put in there Truth Seekers, one word, Truth Seekers, all one word, and hit that search. And you'll see a strange guy pop up with sunglasses. That would be me, host of Truth Seekers here, Stephen Cambion. Go to that channel, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too will be notified on your device of choice, whether it's your desktop or your PC or your laptop or your tablet or your phone. You will be notified when we are doing a live taping for the show.
you can come on over here and be a part of the festivities. Join the party. We have an excellent live chat here. You can ask comments, offer questions to the guests or me. We have a very live, interactive show that includes you, the audience. I can't do it without you, members of the audience, and we'd like to increase the live audience. So if you're listening at Audio Podcast Land, please do go to Truth Seekers. If you go to the description of any of the podcasts, you'll see a link. Subscribe to our YouTube channel here. You can just click that link, go right to our channel, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you'll know when we're doing a show and can come here and be a part of it. And we want you to do that. We welcome all new channel members, all new Patreon supporters, and remind people that they can also support us via PayPal or Cash App. The description to do that is, or excuse me, the instructions to do that is in the description of this video. And we love and appreciate all your support that enables us to do the show. Unlike what some idiots will tell you, I have, a business with my own income, and none of the money here is used for anything other than to support the show. I'm aware that somebody's trying to spread rumors that I'm doing things like buy gifts for my children with it or something, and that's nonsensical garbage. And I'll talk more about that on a separate stream. We want to thank Mike Kane for a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge, which he made yesterday right at the end of the show. I wasn't able to shout it out. And just a reminder to everyone that if we should happen to miss your kind pledge or super chat or becoming a Patreon supporter or becoming a channel member, just let me know. If I did, mistakes happen. We make it a point. We are very, very focused on thanking our supporters on the air with the live broadcasts and letting people know who is supporting us and thanking them. Occasionally somebody will send a pledge or a super chat or something like that right at the end of a show, in which case the very next show we recognize and thank them. So Mike Kane yesterday at the tail end of the show, he sent a kind and generous $10 PayPal. And again, instructions, if you're feeling generous, to do that are in the description of the video. The other thing I must be sure to mention is that it's not just money that you can support us with. It is also just as important, if not more, some would say, if you're into social media marketing and marketing efforts, it's very, very important that you can also support us. Be sure you're aware you can also support us by liking, commenting, subscribing, and sharing these videos, especially on your social media. Send one of these videos to someone you know who likes these strange and esoteric topics. Ask them to become a subscriber. I would sincerely, sincerely appreciate it. It is only with the help of the generous help of so many of you, and I do see you people who are retweeting the show, or reposting it on Facebook. When you see me posting it, sharing it on Facebook, I see you, I love you, and I appreciate all of you helping us to spread the show. And also, we have been broadcasting at 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, sometimes a few shows on the weekend if I have time as well. We do that Monday through Thursday at 9 p.m., but we're also throwing in a couple of weekend shows, usually some extra production pieces as well. And it's also, I'm not sure what's going to happen with the schedule of the show, but the best way to know about when the live shows take place is to follow me. It's just my name, at Stephen Cambion. You see it right there on the screen, no space, at Stephen Cambion on Twitter. And I tweet before every show, usually a few hours. I'm trying to get better, and people are telling me I should do it days in advance. Like I should put the whole show's live stream schedule up on Monday for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or whatever. I'm going to try that, and we'll see if that's maybe a little bit more effective so that people are aware of when we are broadcasting and when you can catch us live. But you can always catch the replays on either we're all over. Anywhere you can get an audio podcast, just search for Truth Seekers. The audio podcast is always a week or a little more behind. We're trying to do better with that. but you can always catch the replays if you missed the live broadcast on Twitter. It's Truthseekers on Twitter. Just put it in the search bar. You'll find us and see the latest shows. We present our shows in chronological order. Now, I am going to save most of what I have to say about this situation with Third Phase of Moon and Rich from Grift On. I'm going to save most of that, but I am going to mention one thing, and that is that I posted the first of many, many links. Let's be clear: when people try to step all over, when people try to stomp all over free speech to, in my opinion, hide their dirty deeds, it only backfires on them. And, trying to hard strike a YouTube channel who is clearly using clips from Third Phase of Moon in fair use. Clearly, this is fair use. The person who created this documentary that everybody is now talking about, thanks to Third Phase of Moon trying to stop people from hearing about it, seeing it, or talking about it. The person who made that documentary did so, and he did use clips of Third Phase of Moon. After all, if you're going to try to display that somebody is creating hoaxes, you're going to have to show clips and then explain how they created the hoaxes. He did put a fair use disclaimer right at the beginning of the film. And it says very clearly right at the beginning of the film, here, we're going to share it here. And one other thing I have to make sure that we are aware of. Yeah, so for those unaware, what happened is that Third Phase of Moon hard striked the channel to have the video, the documentary of this Third Phase documentary, which details over 30 hoaxes that they have perpetrated against the public, especially the UFO community or people interested in UFOs or aliens. They hard strike the channel. And for those unaware, what that means is that YouTube will just delete the whole video off the channel. You can appeal it, and I am going to walk Sapiens Cultures, the person who created the documentary. I'm going to help him to file a counter notification, which will argue fair use. It's very clear that what this documentary filmmaker did is considered fair use. Because if you are trying to educate the public and it's a transformative work, and you are using those clips for educational purposes, that tips the balance in favor of fair use. And most courts in the United States and throughout the world, honestly, will allow for fair use. But Third Phase of Moon decided that they were going to hard strike that channel, get that video removed from YouTube based on, quote, copyright infringement. These people don't care about copyright infringement. And in fact, both Third Phase of Moon and Rich from Goof On especially share other people's video clips all the time and cite fair use. But somehow when somebody uses Third Phase clips to prove that they have been faking things and defrauding the public with fake UFO and alien videos for years, they are going to claim copyright and get the video taken down from YouTube. So because of that, we developed a plan to make sure that you, the viewers, would still be able to see it. I stand by that plan, and I stand by my vigorous defense of free speech and of the fair use concept. So for those unaware, what happens so far is that I have publicly released one video link. This is on Odyssey. And we can see that clearly in the beginning of the video, the filmmaker put a disclaimer in, which says copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. In other words, he's not infringing on anybody's copyright. And the fact that they are claiming that he is garbage. These people, Third Phase of Moon, have been caught literally taking other people's videos without permission and posting them to their YouTube channel
I don't understand how they can claim copyrights or be suddenly so concerned with their own copyrights when they're never concerned with anyone else's. And both they and Rich from GoofOn post all kinds of other people's content talking over it in the spirit of fair use, which is the way it's supposed to be. But they struck this filmmaker's film off of YouTube. I think that's unfair. And we were going to broadcast it here, but if we do, it's very likely that they will hard strike my channel, which will result in me having to defend fair use and all of that, which takes a long time, and it's very I have to file letters and paperwork. So I've chosen not to share it on YouTube. Instead, we've developed a plan, and in this plan, many people from all over the internet are participating, and they are taking this very important documentary film, which clearly proves and establishes that Third Phase is lying when they say they haven't faked anything in 5 years, and so is Rich from GoofOn. It very clearly establishes that those people are not to be trusted. This documentary film is well produced, and it details over 30 different fake videos and hoaxes that Third Phase have put up on their channel, that Rich from GoofOn has somehow defended. And there's a lot more to get into. But it's enough to say that I want to thank each and every one of you who suddenly became a part of something that we're calling the fourth phase of truth. Operation Fourth Phase of Truth is in full effect, because other people don't like people trying to stop people from seeing a documentary, which is clearly legally produced. And of course they did that for selfish reasons, friends. They don't want you to see this. They do not want anybody to see this video. And it's interesting that Rich cannot defend any points raised in the video. He cannot talk about the evidence presented in this well-made documentary that shows over 30 different fake videos that Third Phase has been involved in. And the proof of all of that, there's more, and I will go into more details on a separate stream. But earlier today, I posted the first of, we have now, I think we have something like 50 links to this documentary from all different users that volunteered to help be sure that people could see this video. So people are taking this documentary and posting it on alternate video platforms like everything but YouTube, like Rumble and BitChute, and in this case, Odyssey. I posted the first of those 50 links we have today, and so far over 325 people, I believe, have already seen this documentary. So it's very important to understand something called the Streisand effect. And Third Phase of Moon attempting to stop people from seeing this is only going to make people, it's going to backfire. And it has already begun. It is only making people more curious. Why would they go to such lengths to try to stop people from seeing this? Well, I am inviting everyone to go to my Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. I don't even want to post links here because I could be accused of copyright infringement or supporting whatever. They're going to try to twist things. But you can go to my Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. And at the very top of my Twitter profile, I have pinned the Odyssey link. And by the way, I want to thank Julian Chandra of Odyssey for supporting free speech and offering an alternative platform to other platforms that may not support, may not be as good at supporting free speech. And I could say a lot about that, but I won't. The important part is that we've only put up one link so far, and people all over are taking that video, that documentary, that very important work that proves a lot of what I've been saying for a long time. And by the way, one of the reasons that I was so adamant about Third Phase faking things recently and faking things since they started and never changing is because I was in communication with this filmmaker for quite some time. I was aware of his Reddit posts, and I'll be sharing those as well. So if people want to dig deeper into the evidence presented in the documentary. It's all on Reddit. And now, because of the selfish actions of the Cousins brothers, trying to get this video removed so no one could see it, more people will be curious. More people will want to see this very important documentary. And when I tell you that it's very important, I can't stress that enough. It's very important that we stand on the side of free speech, truth, the right to criticize people, the right to reveal hoaxes, the right to show people the truth. When other people are using deception and manipulation and clickbait and all kinds of deceptive tactics, it's important that we stand firm in our righteousness. It is a righteous thing to do to help this filmmaker make sure his voice does not get stomped out here for selfish reasons. I stand behind him. I stand behind the evidence he presented. And of course, Rich from Gufon doesn't want to talk about all the evidence in that documentary. He wants to invent new lies about me and try to slander me, damage my reputation. Again, people see through that. And that too will backfire. And I will do a separate stream about all of this. People want to hear about this, and maybe we'll have a discussion about free speech, about the information presented in the documentary. But I challenge anybody that doesn't believe the things that I've said about Third Phase and Rich from Gufon supporting them, lying through his teeth, saying they haven't faked anything for 5 years. I challenge you. Go to my Twitter at Stephen Cambion. Pinned right at the top of my profile is a link to this very important documentary. I challenge you, if you have any doubts about me, about whether I tell my audience the truth while other show hosts like Rich from Gufon are lying clearly, it can be established with all of the available facts and evidence that Rich from Gufon has lied to you. And part of me thinks, if he's going to be able to turn people against me simply with stupid rumors that he's generating and make people not see this documentary and not find the truth, part of me doesn't care, but of course I care. I don't want people lost in lies, deception, and people manipulating their audiences. I want people to see the available evidence and make up their own mind. So I challenge you, if you have any doubts about anything that I've said about Third Phase of Moon or Rich from Gufon, watch this documentary and then come back to me and let me know what you think. And even if you disagree with me, I will thank you for watching the documentary and giving it a chance. And I will thank you for keeping an open mind enough to see the evidence before you make a decision. The problem with Third Phase of Moon and Rich from Gufon is the only play they have is to attack the messenger. They cannot attack the evidence. They cannot do anything other than attack me for bringing you that evidence. I make no apologies for bringing my audience the truth while others are lying to you. I will never apologize for, and by the way, I may make mistakes. I may sometimes be too passionate in my pursuit of the truth. Maybe I go a little bit too far, some may say, but I will not apologize for telling you the truth, especially when other people are manipulating you and lying to you. People can try to damage my reputation. Here's what I can tell you about me. I am what I would consider a good person. I have a moral compass that is very strong, instilled in me at an early age by being raised as a Christian. I have the best of intentions here. And though I may make mistakes, I do everything that I can to bring my audience the truth. And, people can try to create some kind of scandals about me or make up fake stories to try to turn people away from that truth. That I can't control. What I can control is that I can tell you that on our side here, we stand on the side of truth and righteousness. We have the truth here, and the truth doesn't change under questioning, under scrutiny, under investigation, under research. The truth remains the same. And if you watch this documentary, I think that you may
if you're at all doubtful of me, my sense of morality, whether I'm being honest with people versus Rich from Goof On, I think you should watch this documentary and make up your own mind. And to anybody who chooses to leave and go support a proven liar, best of luck to you and no hard feelings. I will remain here doing the good work, bringing people the truth and the evidence. Other people will slander me, attack me, make up stories, lie and say that I'm using, that's the latest, lie and say that I'm using show funds to buy things like gifts for my children. That one's pretty stupid because I have the receipt, which, oh man, I literally have the receipt for that. That proves that he just lied again. So not only will Rich do all of these things, he's got to invent new lies. He didn't even mention the fact that Third Phase tried to stomp all over free speech and freedom of expression, right? Real good guys. And he didn't, of course, there's no way that he can squirm out of the things that he had said, like Third Phase hasn't faked anything in 5 years. He also said, there's no proof, there's no evidence whatsoever that Third Phase ever hoaxed anything. And he also said, if it will be proven that Third Phase faked anything recently, he just couldn't associate with them. Well, I challenge anybody to watch this documentary and you tell me, is this man Rich from Goof On, who has continually slandered me, belittled me, tried to damage my character, try to damage my reputation, try to turn people against me? He has made videos making fun of my paralyzed eye. He has suggested I have pedophile friends, and that may make me a pedophile as well. He has lied and said we stopped talking after some discussion of a comedy, bit video, a goof. He has lied now and said that I am responsible for his show not doing well and he couldn't pay his mother the rent or something. Now he's telling people that I'm begging for super chat so I can buy my children expensive gifts. And let me tell you something. I don't need to do that. I have other income. He doesn't. His only income is his show. So when he says that I'm spending my show's money on personal expenses, what he's not telling you is all of his expenses are paid for by doing the super chat shuffle and begging for super chats. I don't need to do that. We're fine here. We're good. All of my personal bills, my household bills, everything is paid from a separate account. And by the way, my wife is an accountant. We have spreadsheets. Does Rich? Can he prove what he spent every dime that he has taken in for his show on? Because I can. And there has been, thanks to my lovely wife, who's an accountant, we have everything set up so there is never commingling of funds. You may be unaware. What does that mean? That means not a single penny of any income taken in from the show has ever made its way to our other personal accounts. It remains in an account created solely for the show. And out of that account, I pay the show's expenses, I buy any equipment, whatever we need comes from the income generated from the show. 100% of my show's income goes to support the show. Rich can't say that because out of his super chat shuffle that he does every day, begging for super chats, he's got to pay his rent. I guess if he has to buy any gifts, right? Christmas is coming. Who's paying for the gifts that he will buy everyone for Christmas? The people sending him super chats are. That can't be said about me. My wife and I do fine outside of this show. And it's ludicrous for anybody to suggest that I'm using personal funds. I'm using the show to buy. It's ridiculous. Why doesn't he talk about the evidence presented in this incredible documentary? Why doesn't he talk about lying through his teeth to his audience? And this documentary proves it. Why doesn't he talk about those things? Because he can't, friends. He hasn't figured a way to squirm out of this one, right? And despite his fat-shaming other show hosts, falsely claiming I called him a Nazi. No, I said he was going to host a Nazi sympathizer. Sure, I did. And that he was defending a Nazi sympathizer. Despite all of his claims, all this stuff is only to muddy the waters. He doesn't want you to see that documentary. It clearly establishes he's been lying to his audience and everyone else. And I'm sorry, not sorry. We have to move on here. This man is in my rearview mirror. He is a manipulator, a deceiver, and a grifter, in my opinion, who doesn't care about the truth, because if he did, he would stand here with me on the side of truth and righteousness. Instead, he has decided to stand on the side of lies, hoaxes, faked videos, and excuses for defrauding the public for years and years and years. I can't do anything about that. I'm learning through my newfound sobriety. By the way, we're over 120 days now. I have to accept the things that can't change. This man's not going to change. He's never going to address the fact that we have him dead to rights lying to his audience a bunch of times. He's never going to address this evidence that he lied to his audience. And yes, Third Phase has apparently continued in their pattern of faking things in the past 5 years. He's never going to address this. Instead, he's going to muddy the waters, attack me, slander, whatever it takes, whatever it takes to make me the bad guy here in this story. He will never accept responsibility. He will never apologize for his wrongs or even acknowledge them. He's that kind of a guy. I'm not. And I give you all my word that I may make mistakes, but if I make a mistake, I acknowledge it. Somebody mentioned earlier this Anjali thing. I made a mistake. I acknowledged it immediately. I apologized to her. I apologized to the audience, and we moved on from that. And by the way, to the best of my knowledge, she's forgiven me for that and is still surprisingly friendly to me, and she doesn't need to be based on that exchange. But I do give you my word. I will never lie to you, and I will accept responsibility for mistakes I make. If I get something wrong, I'll tell you I get something wrong. We're doing it the honest way here. And we don't need deception. We don't need lies. We don't need to slander people. We don't need to make fun of people's disabilities. We don't need to make fun of anyone, really. And that's not the purpose of this show. We just don't do that. We're not going to do that here. Will we joke about some things? Sure. But I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that. And we want to thank Dirty Mike for a kind and generous $2. And he says, I don't care what you do with this money. It's yours now. Yes. Well, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Space Exposure is here and says, I'm getting sick of all the alien hybrids and star seeds. Yes, indeed. Arlene Adkins-Zell is here and says, congratulations on 120 days. So any more comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. We're going to be wrapping things up shortly here, but I have more time to share with you, and I'm happy to do that. And I do want to apologize for these technical issues we had earlier. The only way to still do this show, because, was to do it the old school way, just guest on the phone and put up the on the phone banner. We did that early on. It's not ideal, but we got through the show and it worked. Stormcrow says, the cabin alone makes you a man. What has Grifton ever built? He's built a reputation of being a, transphobic, homophobic, fat shaming person who makes fun of people with disabilities, who lies about people, who doesn't address the evidence. Listen, if he wants to attack the evidence, I'm fine with that. Attack the evidence. Why are you attacking me? I'm just the person bringing everyone the evidence. But of course, that's his only play, friends. Thank you, Stormcrow, for your kindness, generosity, and kind comments. I appreciate it. Greg William, he's going to need to be fresh as a daisy by 1700 hours. And it's already the, yeah. Stormcrow, he has built a following of misled people. Perhaps, yeah. And again, that's another thing I have to accept. I have to accept that no matter what proof and evidence I show that this guy keeps lying to his audience, some people will put their blinders on because they don't want to believe that he would do that and be that manipulative and that kind of a person. They like him. They don't want to believe that he's been lying to them. They're going to put their blinders on and stick with him. And I can't change that. I can only save the smart ones, I guess, or save the ones that will accept overwhelming facts and evidence, right? Yeah. King of Hugo Mundo says, when you attack somebody and makes fun of somebody for their disabilities, that means that you are the one scared and desperate to do an attack that very low. Yeah. I mean, the only thing I can compare it to is it's like standing outside of a school for the blind and making fun of blind people. And granted, I'm not fully blind, but I'm partially blind. I have one paralyzed eye. You don't make fun of people's disabilities. Would he stand outside of a school for kids in wheelchairs and make fun of them? It's ridiculous and of course he just excuses that away, and now he will be excusing away new stuff. He doesn't want to talk about this documentary, but I'm very thankful 325 people seen it today, and I'm sure many, many more people have seen it today, because the links, my friends, thank everybody. The links of this documentary are pouring in, and it is being uploaded all over the internet by people all over the world. I've got somebody in Mexico I've just been talking to earlier today. They're putting it on all their channels, BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, wherever they can. It's going up on Reddit right now, and I'm told by the documentary filmmaker that Reddit post with the Odyssey link is getting an awful lot of traffic. This is going to backfire on them. Three things, my friends. A wiser man than me once said that three things cannot long be hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. They can't hide this truth. And if it's not this documentary, it'll be another good researcher and investigator that does another one. And by the way, if I were them, I would be scared, because that's episode 1. That's episode 1 of a series. And there's 30 proven hoaxes in that first episode. What's next? One has to wonder. One has to wonder if that's only episode 1. I don't even know how many parts he's planning, but that's episode 1. Be the last speaker you need. Toilet paper to wipe the BS. Yeah. Thanks, David Bunky, saying Jeremy, the guest was great. And listen, here's the thing on this story tonight. I understand the frustration, and I'm equally frustrated, because what we've got is a lot of witnesses telling really compelling stories I love, by the way. There's crashes and alien bodies. I want to hear about it. It's that tantalizing, maybe this story is true, though. And it is tantalizing, and it is, I can understand people being frustrated, because I am too. Like, what happens to all this stuff that people claim? When they claim they see alien bodies, suddenly the government's there and it all gets whisked away, and we never see it again, right? Kepsa says Reddit will boost it for sure. Yes, and I want to thank each and every one of the kind people who equally thought it was wrong that nobody gets to see this. And people all over the internet are uploading it to different places. I'm aware that there's a torrent file. I think it's on Dropbox and WeTransfer now. People are sharing it. It's going to get around. You cannot stop the truth. It will come out. You can delay the truth. That's what they did. They delayed. Congratulations, Blake Cousins. You delayed everybody finding out the truth that is in this documentary by about 24 hours. You bought yourself one day, and I'm sure they're going to be using that day to come up with excuses for this, to try to invent new lies, to slander me, or, turn people against me, tell people what a bad person I am. They needed that day to figure out new lies to tell, so that they can muddy the waters. But I'm telling you, I challenge every single person within the sound of my voice. Go to my Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. Right pinned at the top of my Twitter profile is this very well-produced, well-researched, well-investigated documentary, which clearly proves some very disturbing things. For example, when Third Phase of Moon first started, there was something like 10 or 12 UFO sightings and videos that they claimed other people sent them that all happened within 2 miles of the home they were living in at the time. And this has been proven. He even plotted it out on a map. Here's these 10 videos, or more maybe. Here's all these videos on a map. Here's Third Phase of Moon's house. And they claim
They didn't know about these UFO sightings. They didn't see the UFOs. All these people on the internet just happened that all live within all the UFO sightings happen within 2 miles of their house, right? And people from the internet sent them those videos, right? Sure, sure. It's just so ridiculous and unlikely. It's very, very clear. And this documentary, I can't say enough good things about the documentary filmmaker. And he did an excellent, some would say amazing job at putting this thing together, of laying out the truth. Here's the hoax. Here's how they perpetrated it. Or here's the evidence, you know, that it is a hoax, or it very likely is a hoax. And, you know, I'm glad that he made this documentary, and I'm hopeful that many, many people will see it. The truth will not be hidden any longer. And I'm in contact with people right now. I'm checking in with my Twitter messages, and I just got 8 new messages with new video links. So, you know, should they happen to get a video taken down from the first link we shared, it's okay. We've got more for you. We've got lots and lots of video links of this thing being uploaded all over the internet. And I'm thankful for all the people that are helping, that support free speech and support the truth coming out. This is going to backfire. The Streisand effect is already in full effect here, because I can't tell you how many messages I got going. What's in this documentary? Why did they copyright claim it and get it stricken off of YouTube? Why would they do that? It's fair use, right? Yeah, it's fair use. They still got it deleted from YouTube. And the Streisand effect, for those that don't know, essentially works like this. If you try to hide something and cover it up, it only amplifies the number of people who want to see it and eventually do see it. You can't do this. They just handed this filmmaker a huge favor, because now it's the documentary about third phase of moon that they attempted to ban from YouTube. It's been banned, right? Get it copyrighted, get it stricken, get it taken off of YouTube. It just feeds the controversy now, and more people want to see it now. Probably thousands and thousands more people are going to see it now than ever would have before. And I'm thankful for that. I'm thankful for that. And I'm thankful for all of the people who helped in supporting Operation Fourth Phase of Truth. There are people all over the world right now uploading this documentary all over the internet. You cannot stop people from seeing this. It's not going to work. It'll backfire. It already has been. Tim Houston says, Steve, being hassled over your lazy eye says more about him than you. Yeah, I'm over that. But you know what I'm not over? I'm not over. Now he's involving my wife and my child in his childish nonsense, fake stories about me to try to make me look like the bad guy. Not over that. And one may ask themselves, I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, Rich is just not smart enough to do this with me. He's just not. He should apologize. He should acknowledge he made a mistake and move on. He's not going to do that. You know, and another thing is, do you really want to make somebody like me angry? I hate to say this, but I will admit it. When somebody pisses me off, I go harder. I do. I mean, that's probably human nature, right? He's now talking shit on basically on my family, on my wife and child, right? And that's suddenly going to make me feel forgiving and like moving on and doing better things? Or is that going to make me more adamant, more determined to win this so-called disagreement, right? Oh, that's another thing he lied about me, of course. He started the disagreement, and he claims I did. It's very clear. The timeline's very clear, Rich. You can't lie your way out of that one either. I have the receipts. You clearly started all of this. World in Chaos, thankful as well. Operation Third Phase of Truth is a success. No, it's the fourth phase. They're the third phase of lies. We're the fourth phase of truth, World in Chaos. But yes, sentiment remains. Thank you. B. Baker, really glad Jeremy came on tonight. We need to pay attention to people doing research. Yes, and thanks everybody who did enjoy tonight's show. The few of you that didn't, I'm sorry. Maybe you like tomorrow's show better. You know, I don't know what to say, but most people did enjoy tonight, and you can thank B. Baker. He found the guest. Pardon me. He found the guest, and he did book the guest and arrange the guest, and it all worked out great. So thanks to B. Baker. Arlene Atkins, families should always be off limits, simply common courtesy, and those that drag families into it show themselves to be classless. Except where it's relevant. For example, Arlene Atkins, if Third Phase of Moon are using their 4-year-old child to fake a video about aliens, then it's relevant to bring someone's family into it. They are actively, apparently, see the documentary, friends. There's so much evidence in there that really, really shows the truth of this whole situation. B. Baker says Third Phase of done. Yeah. And Stormcrow says they attack your family because he is ashamed of theirs. Yeah. I mean, the third phase of fake family, I guess. Operation Fourth Phase of Truth. That's what it is. Yes. World in Chaos also. Fourth Phase of Truth. Yes, we offer you the truth here. The professional movie, No Women, No Kids. Yeah, I agree, except if it's relevant, B. Baker. If you're using your 4-year-old child to con people, to defraud the public by creating fake alien videos, and you're using your child in it, then it's relevant to bring the child into it or the family members into it because it's directly relevant to the story. But otherwise, yeah, families should, of course, be off limits. Not to these guys. They're gonna bring my dog into this next. I think they've already brought my children, my wife into this, right? Great. And of course that will backfire too, because like I said, we have records. I could prove every dime I spent on every dime taken into the show was either put into a holding account and not touched, or it was used to support the show in various ways. I have spreadsheets for it all. Not a single penny of any of this money has ever been used to pay my bills or buy gifts for someone or spent in any other way other than to support the show. And I can prove that. And I guess it could be clearly established, however, that every dollar that Rich gets comes from his show. So if he has to pay his bills, that's coming from his super chats. If he has to pay for a gift for somebody, Christmas is coming up, that's coming from the show donations and the super chats. We have our own money for that, Rich. And I'm not even going to get into it. I shouldn't have to explain this, but, we don't pay our bills out of show money. He does. So he can say whatever he wants. We don't pay our bills from money from the show. That's all set aside for the show. Luckily, we are doing very well. And I am very fortunate because I have a queen of a wife, an amazing woman in my life that is an amazing mother, amazing partner in life. And we do great together, right? We do great together, her and I. And we have since we got together more than 20 years ago. And I hope to always be with her. But she's a great woman and a great mother and a great provider, great business person. She is a amazing woman. I don't need to do the super chat shuffle to pay my bills. Thank God. If I ever do, I think I would put a gun in my mouth. And by the way, that's probably a bad thing to say. I shouldn't say that. I just mean to say that if I ever had to, do the super chat shuffle to have money in my life or to pay my bills, I would be probably depressed, really, really depressed. So maybe some people would say that we should be mindful of that and feel bad for people in that situation. Hell of a way to be, to have to lie through your teeth and do the super chat shuffle to survive. I don't have to do that. I have many marketable skills. If I had to, I could go get a regular job tomorrow doing a couple of different things that I have a great resume for. Some people got to do the super chat shuffle. I don't. And I guess it does piss me off, him suggesting that I'm misusing funds or I'm grifting super chats to buy my children gifts. Of course, I mentioned that we were getting my son a PlayStation 5 and how expensive that is or something. he took it way out of context. But the great news is that my wife is such a great records keeper, and like a good woman, save receipts for everything. I have a receipt which proves that she already bought that gift weeks before. And, you know, of course, out of our personal accounts, not out of the show account. So he can just shut up. It's not going to work. Like, how desperate are you? How desperate is this guy to paint me in a bad light that he's going to bring up some comment I made and then suggest with no evidence or proof that I bought my son a PlayStation from show funds? It's so stupid. This is just as stupid as suggesting I have pedo friends, and that indeed may make me a pedo. It's just as stupid as making a video making fun of my disabled eye. It's just as stupid as suggesting I started this disagreement. It's just as stupid as telling your audience Third Phase hasn't faked anything in 5 years, or that Third Phase, there's no proof that they ever hoaxed anything. He's not a smart guy. So nothing will surprise me now. I thought he couldn't get lower than the pedo comment, but now he's lying to people about what I spend the show money on. It's just great. Just great. Yes, and please in the live chat, no unfounded allegations of anything without proof. Cynical Observer says, I read that Third Phase of Moon had a typo in their channel name for the first year or two. That is so apropos, if true. Yeah, probably. Yes, Mike says I draw the line at the dog. Well, he's running out of shit. He's going to have to bring the dog into it. Maybe the dog is an alien, right? I don't know. He's running out of shit. He's going to have to bring my dog into this soon. Maybe my... I don't know. Maybe he wants to, I don't know what. I don't want to know what to say. But we're doing great work here, and we're going to continue to do great work. That reminds me, I said we would debut it this week. It might not make it, but we have this new series that's coming out, and it is called Murder in UFO Land. If you haven't seen the introduction to that, then I will be sharing that right now. 1 second. Yeah, so I'm preparing the stories. We've decided to make it an entire series because, believe it or not, people being murdered in UFO land is a lot more common than even I thought. And I am busily creating the shows. We're going to do them live with a little bit of video support, pre-produced videos. And this is for our new series, Murder in UFO Land. I keep saying, I try to be a man of my word, and I said it would debut this week, but of course we've got all this other drama that popped up that sidetracked me, so congratulations to the people that are trying to distract me. I guess it worked, but it'll be as soon as I am able to do it. Remember, it has to be done right. We want a high level of production quality. We also want a high level of professionalism, doing the story right. That takes time, friends. So I apologize if it won't be this week. It will certainly be next week. We have several of the, I have all of the support materials to do these shows live. I just want to go through the notes, make sure that I get all the stories correct and straight. And then we'll be debuting our new series, Murder in UFO Land. Here's an introduction or a teaser. We'll be right back, friends.
Always raise your fist to truth.
This is the story about dangerous UFO cults and murder. This is the story of what happens when someone gets stuck or trapped too deep down the rabbit hole of UFOs and aliens on the internet. There is substantial and supportive evidence that can show that some people get caught or stuck too deep in that rabbit hole. To some, UFOs and aliens on the internet becomes an obsession. An obsession so deep that some are willing to do anything to keep climbing down that ladder. Some people believe
that by climbing further and further down that rabbit hole ladder and getting closer to the gatekeepers, those who hold the secrets, that they will be given some secret knowledge that others just don't have. I've often wondered about some of the people I've seen or met on UFO Twitter. Many of those people spend 8, 12, or even more hours a day feeding their obsession. And their obsession only grows with each new promise of revelations soon to come. But all those revelations that these so-called messiahs of disclosure are out there promising everyone never seem to come. But they've sure got something new to sell you every so often, don't they? And isn't it funny how they never seem to deliver on the promise of that disclosure soon to come? And what about the people that are selling this delusional fantasy world to people with little or no evidence at times? Do they bear any responsibility for the negative impacts that the obsession with this delusional fantasy world can have on people's real lives? I have witnessed the damage that this unhealthy obsession can do to many people who get stuck too far down this rabbit hole. It can lead to lost jobs, lost marriages, people who have lost their children, people who have destroyed their lives, even killed themselves. And what about the people who stood there taking the money of these people, selling them this delusional fantasy world where disclosure is going to come any day now, where the government has alien bodies and flying saucers, and soon will reveal the truth about it? What responsibility do those people have? When people's lives are destroyed, when marriages are destroyed, when people take their own lives, or when people get so far down this rabbit hole that they lose all sense of reality, that they finally snap and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest to them, and murder those closest. These are the true stories of murder in UFO land. Sadly, it happens more often than most people would ever imagine. Even sadder, almost none of the people selling the UFO narrative to the public dare mention this or even acknowledge it. The further and further we go down this rabbit hole, the curiouser and curiouser it will get. This is murder in UFO land. All right, friends, so that's our new series debuting as soon as possible, Murder in UFO Land. There is something that I sort of forgot and would like to do. This week we returned to something we used to do quite a lot of, which is guest interviews. And so
I'm going to put a poll in the live chat. What would you like to see more of? Would you like to see more guest interviews or solo shows presenting my research and investigations? Oh, I'm just going to say my investigations. They said the question is too long. All right, and we're going to ask my community, so you guys get to decide. Are we going to do more? What would you like to see more? Guest interviews or solo shows presenting my investigations into various topics. I'm willing to do what the audience wants. We aim to please the audience here, and I'm happy doing both. We did have a point where we were just doing interviews, and then I guess everything here goes in cycles. For a while, I just do the show solo, then we go back to interviews. I would sure appreciate any feedback. Or do we do a balance? I think that's good. Like maybe half the week we'll have guests and interviews, and the other half of the week will be me solo presenting stuff that I've looked into, researched, or investigated. It's not really a yes or a no. Archaic Revival says both. Okay, well, that would be fine. I wanted to get some sense of what you guys thought. You could just let me know in the comments as well. Maybe that's a bad poll, right? Because you're right. Some people think both. Space Cal says both. Craig Williams says more interviews. And Kepsis says yes on both. Boy, you guys are no help. A Dufon puppet in a tracksuit with a racing hat and some of Steven's custom pubes stubble. Never say never. I was about to say that'll never happen. Never say never. Stranger things have happened here. I think it's a good idea to do both. Otherwise, we end up being called a debunker, even though your stuff is valid. Yes. Mystery Eon wants to see Leah Prime in a lab coat with the UAP chart. I think Mystery Eon just wants to see more of Leah Prime. But by the way, somebody please B Baker, please find her YouTube channel, Leah Prime. It's Invisible School. I have to put it in the description of the video. I'm a terrible show host. I said I was going to do it after the show, and then I got sidetracked by all this other drama going on, and I didn't do it. So we have to add that. But Leah, yeah. If you know her YouTube channel, please share it. And for those unaware, we had Leah Prime, which we talked about the legacy of Art Bell. That's a show earlier in the week. Just go to our YouTube channel here, and you'll be able to experience that discussion, which was really, really fun. I want to thank her for lightening things up, and it was good. It was, nostalgia is a good thing sometimes, And through talking to her, I remembered all those early times and listening on a radio and BBSs and the news groups that you used to go to for stuff about aliens and UFOs, and how you used to have to wait a few minutes for one JPG to download on your screen so you could see the picture of the UFO. And it was really fun. And talking about Art Bell was fun again, remembering all the times I spent listening to him, right? 76-degree pyramid power says, can you wear a David Wilcock mask? I have in the past. Look up, how do I say this? I'm just going to say it. David Wilcock and a box of dildos. Look that up in our YouTube search for our channel here. I did a few shows with the David Wilcock mask. It's pretty much a Joker mask, a modified Joker mask. Please take care, Stephen. These people can be dangerous. Yeah, especially when you're screwing with their wallet, I guess, right? Stormcrow says, you and Leah need to get a room, Mysterion. Good luck. Yeah, we should be respectful of the guest. She is supposed to be working on a Tinder profile for anybody. I don't know if she wants me. I don't know if she wants me talking about that. You guys are going to get me in trouble with her. We're trying to stay friends and stay on her good side, so she'll come back as a guest, right? Zorg says, murder in UFO land. Yes, many people are anxious to see that. I'm anxious to bring it to you. We're going to bring it to you as soon as possible. And I'm sorry to change up when I said, "Oh, we're gonna start that series this week." Now I'm saying next week. I may get done what I need to get done and do it on Saturday or Sunday, but I can't promise that. I've got a lot of cabin work to do. I got a porch to build. It rained all last weekend. This weekend, I will be building a porch roof. The patio is done, and stone patio floor, 10 by 36. We just need to build a roof on top of it, and then we're going to have a porch for the cabin, which I can't tell you how excited I am about it, because I've always imagined sitting on the porch at my cabin, relaxing, reading books outside, right outside on the porch. It was part of the original dream. And luckily, that original dream has all come together. There's only a few remaining pieces of the cabin to build, this porch roof being one of them. I have some work to finish on the inside that I will complete over winter. I'm sure of it. There's a few missing wall pieces and a ceiling in the bathroom, but that's the smallest room in the cabin. And eventually, I may build a bedroom out the back, but that'll be an adventure for another time. But I really want to get this cabin porch done so I can sit on my porch and enjoy my cabin and my time at the cabin reading books, or I got a chimney so you can sit there by a fire right on the porch. And the porch is going to double also as an outdoor kitchen, so we're going to have a wood-fired pizza oven right on the porch, and a grill. Of course, you got to have a grill. It's going to be great. Amy Collins says Stephen is building his own private Idaho in Pennsylvania, and he will go on the patio. Yes. Can I broadcast from the porch? Yes, I can. As soon as I finish that porch, Patty M. Wilhelm, I'm going to celebrate with all of you by getting my favorite chair, putting it on that porch. I'll get a little table and the laptop or whatever I have to do. We have broadcasted from pretty far from the actual physical cabin, in the yard around the cabin. The Wi-Fi signal is great that we have. We have good router. I'll be able to broadcast just fine right from the porch. That's pretty close to the router, actually. It's near the front window in the living room, the router, as I recall. So we will certainly broadcast from the porch when it is completed. Kepsa says once a month panel, but not from the chat, but from other show hosts like Leah, Stranger Econ, Steve Long, even Lucy R. Yeah, I'd be happy to invite him. That is a good idea, because sometimes that just putting it out there and anybody coming on gets really chaotic. But if we had just a bunch of other show hosts or researchers, I'm going to try to put that together. If you have any ideas, Kepsa, for subjects, like maybe we'll get together and talk about crash retrievals or about Roswell, like a panel of me and 5 or 6 guests. That would be awesome. And everyone can share their perspective, and we can get a lot of different opinions on a certain subject and have a great discussion. Great idea. I'm going to put it on the list of things to do. Truth Cabin Tours, $5,000. Screw you, Greer. Yeah. And don't forget the cricket. Yes, I will try to do that. We don't have many crickets at the cabin, believe it or not, Patty. We have an awful lot of tree frogs. And people mistake those for crickets. They're tree frogs. The sound of tree frogs is all around me at the cabin. There's a great deal of tree frogs. I've only seen one on the ground once. I don't know if he fell or what happened. Generally, they stay up in the tree, and they're super well camouflaged. You never see them, but always hear them. It's kind of weird, right? Amy Collins says a guest or 2 a week would be about the right balance. Well, good. If anybody has any suggestions for guests, email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. Truthseekers, CE6 at the cabin. Yeah, we're going to, just like we have taken it a step further. We took it a step further than third phase of fake. Their third phase of fake. We're the 4th phase of truth. Stephen Greer's got CE5. We're going to have CE6, right? And by the way, if there is anybody who would like to take part in an experiment concerning Stephen Greer and the so-called CE5 protocols, I am going to buy that app. And then I'm going to follow the instructions to the letter and see if I see any UFOs or aliens. And if you're willing to do that too, we can do a panel show
and discuss whether the CE5 app for $10. I mean, to me, it sounds scammy. Like, just give me $10 and you'll be able to communicate with extraterrestrials and summon spaceships. I don't think that this is reality, but I'm willing to try it. And I guarantee you, I give you my word as my bond that I will give it an honest try. And I will really follow the instructions to the letter and try to see if this app is worth the money, or is it just another Greer money grab, kind of like that free energy charity that he was raising money for, and never, by the way, produced anything for the, I think it was more than $500,000 that he raised, right? A show, Archaic Revival, a show where you are connected to an IV bag of DMT. Be careful what you wish for, Archaic Revival, because I do have something planned for the show that concerns sensory deprivation chambers, and we're working on that, actually, and I'll have more news about that later. Your email sounds full of 17th letter stuff, so I'll just mention Don Ecker. Okay, I did use contact tones on a laptop and went out with a laser and saw some odd things. Nothing that had to be ET, though. Yeah, I think maybe these things just work on your superstitions, right? It's like if you go to a place and somebody says this is a haunted house and you go inside that haunted house and some strange or weird things happen, you're going to think ghosts. If you go outside and somebody's telling you you're going to see aliens and you see some strange things, you might think they're aliens. Maybe that's how this whole CE5 thing really does work, you know? You don't need an app, just send me $333 and I will send you all you need mentally. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a... Yeah, I don't know what the fascination with the number 3 is. It's $33.33. It's $333. My course. We need live outdoor events. You are in one of the most paranormal states in the U.S. Yes, and the field investigations will begin someday. After winter, though. It's cold up there, right? It is very, very cold, right? King of Hugo Mundo says, in the 80s, zombie and alien movies were big. I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, I remember them. I watched them, all of them, probably, twice. Does anybody remember early HBO where they would just replay the same movies over and over and over and over again? I can't tell you how many times I probably sat through Dirty Dancing with my mom. Or she would watch that. And, you know, you'd come up from school and just like, oh, my mom's watching Dirty Dancing again. They played that nonstop, and they played Top Gun nonstop for like months and months and months too, right? Yeah. I much prefer the world of streaming where you can just watch something whenever you want. It's amazing. I remember when I first saw it, I had a friend, Puppy, a long time I haven't talked to him. He was an early adopter. And when cable TV went to the fact that you could stream things at different times, I was like blown away. He was showing me, he's like, yeah, what movie do you want to watch? And I'm like, I don't know. And he showed me that he could watch any movie on the channel that he had paid for whenever he wanted. And I was blown away. I was like, whoa, this is so great. You don't have to tune in at a certain time, right? Now people are spoiled. You used to have to, of course, you know, like I remember Star Trek was on a certain time. You had to tune in on that day and time and make sure that you had nothing else to do and watch the show at the given time and date, and then wait a full-on week for the next episode. I much prefer streaming, and I love binge watching. I love it. I love, like, okay, I'm going to watch 12 episodes of this show or whatever it is, you know? It's really, really, I much prefer that. And that waiting, you know, well, generally I do the waiting until, like right now, I'm going to binge watch a few shows that I have waited. You know, I haven't watched any of them. So like Westworld, I'm going to watch the latest episode of season of Westworld. I'm going to watch the whole thing. I love that. You can just watch the whole series, the whole season. You don't have to wait week to week. It's awesome. And any suggestions for what to binge watch? I'm all ears. I'll be looking for things to veg with. I'm trying to make sure that I maintain a better work-life balance. You know, you get very busy, you got kids and all this stuff, and I got this cabin I'm trying to build, and I got this show I'm building, I have a business outside of this I'm trying to build. I try to take some time to either read books or sit and watch interesting shows. Usually I'm big on documentaries though. I don't like nonfiction. I don't like fiction shows as much as I like true stories, you know? Oh yeah, Stephen, did you submit questions for Greer's TOE interview? Yes, I did originally, but I'm going to send them to him again and remind him of those. I remember my friend trained his border collie to click the TV clicker. It only changed channels. No choice, just the next channel. That was my father's remote control. Does anybody remember before remote controls? My dad would go up and go, put 6 on. We had 3 channels, 3, 6, and 10, you know? Put on 10, raise the volume, lower the volume. He would never get up off of the couch. That's what his kids were for. House of Dragons. Yes, me and my wife. My wife is getting HBO just so that we can watch that. So we'll be starting on that soon, I think. I'm binge watching Fear of the Walking Dead season 6. I think I'm 2 seasons behind. I never watched any Walking Dead, and I don't really like suspense too much. I don't enjoy suspense shows too much, so I don't think I will ever watch The Walking Dead. I remember when that was popular, and everybody's like, "What the hell's the matter with you? You haven't watched any of it?" I'm like, "Nope," and I don't plan to. I grew up on, you know, Dawn of the Dead and zombie movies. So a TV show that seems to never end, that's like 80 hours long about zombies, I don't think I want to watch that. Yes, 76-degree pyramid power. By the way, thanks for being a member. Says you can buy model UFOs and claim that they are real. Yeah, absolutely. We'll do that. And Patty, Amy love original Star Trek, especially the Tribbles episode. Did anybody watch Strange New Worlds, the new Star Trek series with Captain Pike and the Enterprise? I thought it was great Star Trek. It really seemed to get away from all the woke garbage that they try to jam into Discovery. Though I did like Discovery too, but I much prefer the Strange New Worlds cast. And to me, that seems like really close to Star Trek and Star Trek The Next Generation somehow. It's got a great cast. You start to care about the characters and you follow the character arcs and Spock. It's got Spock. How do you not love a Star Trek TV show that has Spock? I love that Strange New Worlds. I think they only did 9 episodes though. But I've watched all 9 and I hope they're making a new season. I haven't heard if they are or not. Next on my list is Westworld. I baked up on Stuttering John. Okay. John Mendoza and Mendoza Bird is another discussion, says Craig William. Yeah, a lot of people aren't aware, but Mendoza claims to be some sort of Fox Mulder, and he worked for the FBI, but he was a lawyer and he never actually investigated anything. When I am really having trouble sleeping, I watch YouTube documentaries on the history of math. They exist. Yes, you're right, Amy Collins. There's also a great one on the history of electricity that's like 3 or 4 hours long. That one I have put on many, many times when I have trouble sleeping. I've always had trouble sleeping and insomnia, and I cannot sleep to silence. It's a big thing of mine. In fact, my poor son is always worried where the remote control is because he knows I lose my shit if ever, you know, everybody goes to bed and I can't find the remote or watch TV in the living room. I get so pissed because I can't sleep to silence. I got to put something on, right? Yeah. Yeah, I want to watch this. I haven't seen this yet. There's a great series based on the original movie with David Bowie called The Man Who Fell to Earth, and that's a TV show. I'm not sure where it's on, Kepsa. I'll have to look into that because I've had 4 or 5 people tell me how much they enjoyed that. I love The Man Who Fell to Earth, the David Bowie movie. I thought that was amazing science fiction, great story, compelling, really, really drew you in. That's one of those movies where you just forget the real world when you put it on. And luckily, I did that. I put that movie on and I totally forgot the real world. That's maybe why I love it. And I think Bowie did an amazing job playing the character in it. He was really believable and you felt sorry for him.
being like an alien that was, lost his family and got stuck on Earth and couldn't get back home, right? Empress Cortana says Westworld is a trip. I can't wait to see the latest season. I didn't see any of it yet, Empress Cortana, and I've been pretty good. I want no spoilers. I've seen a few people going like, what the hell was that? About a few episodes or something, but I don't know what happened, and I don't want to know until I watch all of Westworld, the latest series. I'll probably start on that this weekend. I heard that new Star Wars show, Andor, is good for insomnia. I don't understand Andor, and here's why, Stormcrow. The best part about Star Wars that separates it from all other science fiction shows like Star Trek or Battlestar Galactica or any other science fiction show is the Jedi. And somehow Disney thinks they'll make an entire show with no Jedi in it. And that's just somehow acceptable or good. It's a good idea. I don't think so. I did love The Mandalorian, but remember, they threw in some Jedi. There's Grogu and Akasha, and there's also the amazing scene with a young post Return of the Jedi Luke Skywalker that they did his face with CGI, but that was great. And they had some Jedi in the story of The Mandalorian. They threw in just enough, sparingly, that there was Jedi in The Mandalorian. I thought it was great. There was no Jedi in Boba Fett, but I'm a huge Boba Fett fan, having grown up with the original Star Wars trilogy, 4, 5, and 6. So I love the Boba Fett series, even though it didn't have any Jedi. It would have been better if they threw some Jedi in. I don't understand this Andor series. They purposefully said that they weren't including any Jedi. It's not about the Jedi. Then who cares? I want the Jedi. I want to see Jedi stuff. And so does my son. He agreed with me. We talked about this. We were talking about TV shows with Star Wars, and I told him about Andor. I said, we can watch it if you want, but there's no Jedi in it. And he went, there's no Jedi? And I go, no. He goes, that sucks. And I have to agree with him. That does suck. Why wouldn't you put Jedi in a Star Wars series? It just, there has to, and I get it, the Order 66 and all that, but like, come on, there had to be some renegades still on the run or whatever. There's the Jedi Fallen Order. That's all about a guy who escaped from Order 66, a Jedi, a young Jedi or a Padawan or whatever. Why would you not put Jedi in it? I don't understand it. I just don't understand it. Westworld is like a more complex Matrix. Are they on base reality in the last season, or the last show that I watched, they were in the real world. They had gotten off the island, and they were sort of being hunted down, and and I haven't seen the latest season. I saw the season before last. Somebody said spoiler alert, right? Watch What We Do in the Shadows. Yeah, I'll put it on my list. The most recent series of Westworld, a season of Westworld, might be prophetic. Craig Williams says, I worked for a guy at a record store that was in the New York nightclub and saw Bowie do some marching powder with a rolled up 100. That must have been while he was still using. He later became an adamant supporter of a straight edge lifestyle, no alcohol, no drugs, nothing. And he certainly cleaned up his act. Good for him. In my situation, just passing 120 days with no alcohol, I need all the heroes I can get. And David Bowie is one of those people who he got off all the drugs and everything, and became a big supporter of recovery for people, and even helped people like Trent Reznor from Nine Inch Nails when he decided to stop boozing and doing drugs. And yeah. Leah's here, says, oh my God, Stephen is still going. Good Lord. I'm about to bounce on out of here. We are approaching 4 hours. To be quite honest with, and Leah, please, on Twitter, send me your YouTube channel right now, because I apologize to you. I said I was going to do it. I didn't do it. I don't know where your YouTube channel was, and I couldn't find it. I have to scroll back like 7 days or 5 days ago or 3 days ago or whatever in the Discord for when I posted that video of yours.
send me just your YouTube channel and I'll add it to the video where you did the show with me. I apologize. I didn't do it. I kept getting sidetracked, and I'll put your Twitter and I'll put your Substack. If you just give me the links, the Twitter link, the Substack, and the YouTube channel link, and I will add it to the description of your video. And I apologize for not doing that. People were just commenting how much they enjoyed our talk on Art Bell. So I want to thank you again for being here. Don't be a stranger. Of course, that guy, Mystery Eon, was back talking about you in a lab coat. We were asking, what do people want to see on the show? And Leah, somebody said, Mystery Eon said he wanted to see you in a lab coat with a UAP chart. I'm not sure what that means, but hey, it's good to be wanted, right, Leah? What We Do in the Shadows is hilarious. Is that a vampire movie or something? I don't even know what that's about. What is that about? What is What We Do in the Shadows about? Yeah. And we are going to be bouncing on out of here. Mark Hamill is awesome in What We Do in the Shadows. Well, if he's in it, I would probably want to see it, right? Not going to lie, I've been trying to get sober since 2005. Okay, I'm sorry, I read it wrong. Been trying to get sober since 2005. Can't. Much respect to David Bowie. It's tough, King of Hugo Mundo. And in fact, now that I've passed 120 days, I maybe I jinxed myself, because I said, when I did that 90-day, when I passed 90 days, we did a show, the Alcohol Diaries, 90 Days Sober, and I talked about everything. I had almost no cravings. I was tempted very little to drink every day for the first 90 days. I was pretty adamant. I'm just putting down the bottles and the beer and whatever. But now I'm starting to have problems. I'm really starting to struggle. I'm starting to think about going to the bar more, or going in Alcoholics Anonymous, they call it picking up. I'm starting to think about going somewhere and picking up some alcohol, because I don't know why. I just, but I'm adamant. I'm doing another couple months. I'm going to hit 6 months sober. I've only done that one other time in my life, believe it or not, since I started drinking at, 14 or something. Leah says, I literally fell asleep and woke up and low. Steven is still going. Yeah, I don't know what it is, Leah, but I've been going a lot longer. But one of the things that I realized, Leah, is that the longer streams get better views. And so I'm willing to be here if people are willing to be here. And we've still got 90 people watching. So some days I just keep going. If I don't have anything to do and I know I'm going to have trouble sleeping tonight, I might as well spend the time with you guys. Okay, What We Do in the Shadows is an effects comedy about vampires. Great. I would probably like that. And Mark Hamill is in it. So I am a big fan of his. I would certainly probably enjoy that. I'll put it on my list of binge watching. But we talked about it with Leah, I don't watch much television. Usually I watch something while I'm falling asleep, or while I'm going to, right before bed, and then I fall asleep during it, and then I have to watch another half of it the next night or something. I'm terrible at just sitting there and watching television for hours at a time. I always worry that I'm wasting time, or like I should finish this or do that. I've got too many projects going. But I'm going to work on trying to relax a little more. I need a better balance between work and some restful time, right? World in Chaos says, just joined Odyssey, watching the video now. Yes, and I want to, World in Chaos says, this documentary is facts. Yeah, it's pretty great. I think the guy did a great job. And by the way, I want to encourage everybody, go on over to my Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion. There, pinned to my profile, you will see the video on Odyssey. It's called The Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed. This is the video that they got stricken off of YouTube, and I think that's not fair. You can help me and the filmmaker and the side of truth and righteousness by taking that Odyssey link and sharing it on your social media. Let's make more people see it than ever would have. And that would be justice for somebody trying to hide that information from the public, in my opinion.
Be careful, Storm Crow. Be nice, especially to guests, especially to guests I like, right? Mike says, I'm watching after this. Yes, and after you've watched it or while you're watching it, once you go to the link, please copy that link and put it on your Twitter. Copy that link and put it on your Facebook. Put it anywhere you can, right? And by the way, thanks to all of you kind people who uploaded that video somewhere, because now the last I'm checking in with Twitter and a whole bunch more people posted it on BitChute, on Rumble, on people are posting it to Dropbox and WeTransfer. There's a torrent of it, and people are posting it all over the place. I think Daily Motion, somebody said they posted it there. This documentary is getting posted all over the internet. It will not be censored. They will not hide the truth, thanks to people that care about free speech, people that care about freedom of expression, and think that it is correct and right for somebody to be critical of the methods that they use to generate all those views and all that money. Thank you very much. Space Cow says, I'm going to post it in my Patriot group. Oh, yes. Well, thank you for your kindness and your support of free speech. Yeah, I got the link thanks to B. Baker. And thanks to B. Baker, everybody, I just want to be sure to thank all of you people who are sharing that video. People are sharing it on Reddit. People are sharing it on Facebook, on Twitter. Somebody said they shared it all these different places, and that's great because, and remember, the first link I shared is just one. We've got a whole bunch of links. I think we're up to 50 now. This video will not be censored off the internet. It will not. No one is stamping out the free speech of this filmmaker, researcher, and investigator. That would not be fair. And the fair thing is to let this person have his voice, say his piece. And I've done it, and I will continue to do it. I challenge anybody to watch this documentary and make up their own mind about what's going on here and what has been going on here. Yeah, you can search for it on Odyssey as well. If you go to Odyssey, you could go to the search bar and just put in the Hoax Files, Third Fate of Moon Exposed. Look for it. Or it's on the Truth Seekers Odyssey channel. You can find it there as well. The link is in our Discord as well, says B. Baker, in the general section. We will be posting the spreadsheet of many links there as well. Yeah, we're going to make a spreadsheet, a master list of all the links of where you can see this excellent documentary called The Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed, which clearly establishes that Rich from Gufon and Third Phase of Moon and all these other people have been lying to us and deceiving people and manipulating everything, in my opinion. Yeah, and Amy Collins says, imagine an 8 to 10 hour Stephen Cambia marathon until the sun is coming up. Maybe another night, not tonight. I'm starting to get I'm running out of steam already, Amy Collins, and I thought I would have trouble sleeping tonight, but I'm starting to feel a little like I could definitely rest. And I definitely need my rest because tomorrow night I'm off to the cabin and I will be building a porch on the cabin, hopefully, if the weather's not shitty. Last weekend, the whole weekend got rained out because of that hurricane from Florida. It came up the coast and just made rain for the rest of us. And by the way, if you're the praying type, keep those people in your thoughts and prayers and meditations, that they will recover as quickly as possible from that terrible event. Mike says 9 out of 10 doctor lawyers agree. Storm Crow says, great stuff getting it out after Third Phase of Moon tried to ban it. Well, they did get it banned from YouTube. Nobody really wants to get hard striked. And what you have to remember, too, is that there's show clips from both Third Phase of Moon in that documentary and 2 of the people that they work with or that work for them. I can't remember the name of the other guy, but Rich from Gufon's clips is in that documentary as well. So if you were to upload that to your YouTube channel, they could theoretically copyright strike you out of existence. And do I think they would do that? yes, I do think that they would collude together and file 3 different copyright claims from 3 different channels, claiming copyrights. And in that case, 3 strikes, you're out. Your whole channel could get nuked by sharing this video. And again, let's be clear, though, those clips were used in fair use. And I think it's very clearly established that that was fair use. The documentary was made for educational purposes. It's a transformative work. He's using those clips to educate the public about the fakery and the hoaxing that Third Phase does, about Rich lying to everybody about the faking and hoaxing. And this is fair use. And then he's being critical of them. This is fair use. He's using it to educate the public. This is fair use. So it's very clear that the use of those clips was Third Phase. The use of those Third Phase clips, or Rich from GoFund clips, or that other show host clips, it's very clear that that was done in the spirit of fair use. There was a fair use disclaimer right in the beginning of the video. There's a fair use disclaimer in the description of the guy's video. They still copyright claimed them. And of course, just like I said, they can share anything they want and say it's fair use. But if you share their video, they're going to copyright claim you and get your video deleted from YouTube and strike your channel. This isn't about copyrights for them. It was about stopping people from seeing that video. And we prevented them from doing that. And that's one of the things that I think down the road I will continue. One of those things that we've done here that I will be proud of, standing up for free speech, for the rights of people to educate people, and the use of fair use. I stand for those things. Stalzemsty, is it on BitChute? Yes, it is. And the BitChute links will be shared on that spreadsheet in our Discord and wherever else we can. Stormcrow says, liars hate when you use their own words against them. I believe that you are right. Mike says, whack-a-mole the TPOM hole. Yes. Well, they've got the 3rd phase of fake, and we've got the 4th phase of truth. So remember when Captain Kirk was on the Today Show and Guthrie was talking past what he said? Yeah, I do remember that, actually. Welcome to the show, the kind of generous 99 pence, I think that is, or Euro pence, right? A super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. B. Baker says it's on Rumble and Odyssey and Twitch now. It is on Twitch. I can confirm that, B. Baker. We'll be posting the spreadsheet of links in our Discord and Twitter. Yes. Nothing can, there's no stopping us now. B. Baker. There's no stopping us now. And there's no stopping that filmmaker from having his voice heard. I'm proud of the fact that the 3rd phase of Moon tried to take his voice from him. We gave that voice back to him and we amplified it. And that's a good thing. I mean, I think it's fair. Let people see the video, make up their own mind who's telling the truth and who's a liar. Yeah. But it'll be interesting to see how they try to squirm out of it, right? Leah says, I will. No problem. Thanks, Stephen. Some people are sensitive about that, Leah. Like some people go, what the hell? You didn't put my link. And I go, I'm sorry. You know, I forgot. Or I'm a terrible show host sometimes, Leah. I'm just too busy. I do so many things here for the show. And I try to be organized and have a list like do this, do this, do this, do this. But I forgot to put that on the list to get it off the list, right? Yeah. So, all right, friends, we're past the 4-hour mark. We're going to bounce on out of here. Mike says, no matter how hard you try, you can't stop us now. There's a song on my other channel, Mike, and it's called No Stopping Us Now. I'm going to grab that, and we're going to use that as a rallying cry for all those participating in the 4th phase of truth, Operation 4th Phase of Truth. And the song's called There's No Stopping Us, or No Stopping Us Now, or something like that. I can't remember the actual title. Older song of mine, but a great rock fight song, you know, like a fight song. We need that. We need that fight song. I'm going to clip that and put it on the channel. Yeah. And Mystery Eon is here. Hitting on our former guest Leah Prime again. God damn it, Mr. Eon. This is not a dating site. But I don't blame you. Very intelligent, amazing woman, right? And if she's single, somebody ought to snap her up. B. Baker says, thanks, Storm. I uploaded it to Rumble and I'll be uploading it to BitChute soon. So many cool people have helped with this project, and I'm just one of them. Yes, we have people all over the world that are participating in Operation Fourth Phase of Truth, and I'm really happy for that. I'm thankful to all of you. Really, it made me feel so good that so many people stepped up to and volunteered to help with this effort to restore, freedom of speech and to do the right thing and let people see this evidence. It's cool doing cryptid research. Let us know what you find. And Arlene Atkins is checking out of here, and I don't blame her. Patty Wilhelm says UFO dating. Believe it or not, there is a site for people that are UFO people and dating. I couldn't believe it myself, but believe it or not, that is. World in Chaos says that doc is destroying crap phase of crap or something. I can't really make it out. Yeah. The documentary is very clear and concise and evidence-based and fact-based, and it is really, really well done with facts and evidence and all the proof. They go through 30 plus hoaxes, and they show you how the hoaxes were perpetrated or likely faked by third phase or whatever, including all the evidence. And this guy's amazing. Like, he found sites where the videos were filmed and nobody thought that was possible. Amazing researcher. And I'm glad to know him. And I'm glad that we could help him. I was in communication with him earlier today. I'm going to be communicating with him as soon as we get off air here. Fourth upload's all done. I wondered where you were. Yeah, I've been a little busy here, Out There Channel. And thanks also to Out There Channel. There's another 4 links for us. 4 more links of that documentary posted on the internet. Good luck stopping people from seeing this now. And thank you so much, World in Chaos, for a kind and generous $9.99 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. I appreciate that immensely. Hug the like and comment. Good work is being done. Yes, on the way out, please do like, comment, subscribe, and share. If you haven't already, please do share this video. It really does help us to rise in the search engines. I don't think Snorri's paranormal date caught on. You sure she was even alive? She was probably asleep if she was with Snorri. Yeah, the Out There channel's been busy posting that link all over the internet. Sorry, not sorry. Good job, Out There channel. We appreciate you, and we thank you for your kindness, and you're doing the right thing and helping support free speech and freedom of expression and getting the truth out. We appreciate that. Didn't know Twitter bans Brighteon still. Yeah, and they also don't let you send, I didn't know this because I don't do BitChute, but when you send a BitChute link, Twitter flags it as suspicious content. I guess they don't like BitChute. I don't know. Tim Houston is here, says, finishing work, gotta go. Thanks, Steve. Chat room, you guys roll. Well, thanks for putting this on while you work, Tim Houston, and good to see you here. Yeah, so I'm going to bounce on out of here. Don't threaten me with a good time, Leah. I wish I knew some good single guys I could send her, but I don't want to send her any dumbasses, friends of mine, And besides, Leah, most of my friends are working on their 3rd divorce or something. You probably don't want to mess with any of them. But if I think of anybody good, I'll let you know, Leah. Leah's working on her Tinder profile. Yeah. And King of Hugo Mundo says, good job, guys. Yeah. Thank you. We appreciate it. And the Out There channel says, I don't want channels delete, just demonetize, but I hope they mend their ways and be a real truth for change. Yeah, I agree with you. And yeah. Oh, those were merging timelines. Search Odyssey for Truthseeker Show. You will find it. Yeah, I think it's under Truthseeker Show or just Truthseekers. If you go to Odyssey, what does it say? No, it's just Truth Seekers. Let me go to Odyssey main, and I'll see if I can't find our channel. If you put in Truth Seekers, one word, into the Odyssey search bar, we're the second channel that comes up. So if you go to odyssey.com, and that's ODYSEE, not OD, not the normal spelling of Odyssey. Odyssey video site is spelled ODYSEE.com, and go and hit their search bar. It's right at the top, and just put in Truth Seekers. And you'll see the first thing that will come up is Truth Seekers Season 3 begins. There is somebody beating us in the search engines, but he boosted his he's putting money into being the first search guy. And it's a channel called Truth. Hey, I don't blame him. You can do that. You can boost content. And you know what? I'm going to boost the Odyssey link to this documentary. I'm going to put whatever I have. Looks like I got 104 something immediately spendable credits or whatever. I'm going to put that into boosting the Odyssey upload of this excellent documentary, The Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed. That's what I can do. I don't know what those credits are for. I don't think they're like, it's not like withdrawable money. It's credits that you get for views. It's an interesting system they have. But go to ODYSEE.com, and in the search bar at the top, just put in Truth Seekers, one word, and right under the first one, you will see our channel. It says Truth Seekers Season 3 begins. Go to the Truth Seekers channel, and the first video that you should see, the latest video, is the Hoax Files. Here, I'm going to share this. And by the way, StreamYard changed something and took away the share button and changed it to present. And I almost had a heart attack earlier because I thought I couldn't share things, and our guest needed to share all this stuff. So as you can see, if you go to odyssey.com, you put in Truth Seekers, the first thing that comes up is somebody hashtagging Truth Seekers. That's not us. But the first channel that comes up when you put in Truth Seekers is us. There's our channel. Me again, the strange guy with the sunglasses. Just go to that channel. Here's how you can go to the channel. And it's ODYSEE.com/@TruthSeekerShow. One word, one single Truth Seeker, and then show. But just put in Truth Seekers in the search bar and you'll find us. And here is the Hoax Files, Third Phase of Moon Exposed. And you too can watch this excellent documentary for free, as well as most of our other content also goes on Odyssey. Now, we use it as a convenient backup, right? And there you go. World in Chaos says, I'll boost as well. Yes, the Out There channel says it is hard to find in search engines, but we'll be sharing the links. They made it a little hard for people to see it, but people are still going to see it. I'm sure of that, right? So excellent job everybody did in supporting free speech and supporting Operation Fourth Phase of Truth. And now we are gathering links to this documentary film from all over the world. People are uploading them on all different websites, on all different sharing platforms, social media sites, video sites, alt video sites. It's getting shared far and wide. And now I think many, many more people are going to see this documentary now because of this and this attempt at getting it banned from YouTube. Great. It won't be on YouTube until that copyright claim is resolved. It won't be. But in the meantime, it'll be on 100 different other links people can find it on. So, friends, we're going to bounce on out of here. Didn't expect today's show to be that long, but the long ones I never expect, right? That's just kind of the way it goes. So I want to thank each of our generous and kind benefactors. So thankful for our Patreon supporters. So thankful for our channel members. Thankful for you super chatters, PayPalers, Cash Appers, and everyone supporting the show. I'm also thankful for you people who support the show by liking, commenting, subscribing, and sharing these videos. It really does help us rise in the search engines. By the way, I'll say my daily prayer. Dear
AI algorithm gods, we worship you and love you. Please find favor in our work here and rise us in your algorithm search engine so that more people may find us and we may flourish. In Google's name we pray, amen. Yes, my life is in the hands of an AI algorithm. And every day I say a prayer that that algorithm will like what we are doing here and help us. And failing that, you can help the algorithm like us because the algorithm loves engagement. So if you leave some comments below this video, it will really help us help the algorithm help us. Does that make sense? Yes. So that's all I got for you, friends. Boy, it has been a long week, right? And I feel a little battle beaten, but we made it through. And thank you all for all of your support. It really means a lot to me that people would step up and help me make sure that this filmmaker doesn't get his voice, deleted off the internet for frivolous reasons. I'm really thankful to all of you. And what can I say? We have an excellent crowd of good people who care about the truth, who are righteous and generous, and what more could I ask for than that? So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Destroy